Good morning. Today is 28th of March 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Muswellbrook. The ground rating is good today. The last finishing mile is about 400 meters. And about this track, we have raced here, and this is one of those tracks where I don't like to race. This is not where I like to be. This is not the place to do right racing. I'm probably going to be out of most of the races today. We will see what they're doing. Today they have a few qualifying races here, and the other track which is playing at this point of time is a rural track. This is also not a metropolitan track, but this is a place that needs to be this thing needs special attention, to be honest. And I'm going to be out in most of the situations, and but we'll see what we can do here. If we find an opening, we'll try. If we do not find an opening, we will not do anything. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are in favor of us, and that is exactly what we try and do. So I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the live feed. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. The third one is Top Sport, where we get to see the winning numbers. So that's what we have. We'll get on with the first race today, which is here, and we'll see what's going on. 8, 10, 11 has been scratched. So I actually haven't done the first one because it is looking very weird. Anyway, I'm going to take a look at it and share my thoughts, but I'm not going to get into it. Okay, so this is the first one. I'm going to be obviously out of this one. The odds are like 1, 9, 4, and 5. So that's 1, 9, 4, and 5. So here, the only numbers that are available is for, I mean, that's the only number that my system could work on. So that's number 1, which is in very good hands. I mean, out of all this that is happening here, that's in a reasonably good hand. But and 9 is the second one. The best jockey is on 7. The best jockey with the advantage is on 7. So there's nothing that we have. All right, there's nothing that we have in this race. The 1 is the favorite. This is a neutral horse. Okay, this race is not handicapped. This race is not handicapped. It's either the neutral gets through, and that will happen, or we put in so it's either that. Now the highest advantage is with these 2 and 3. This is neutral. The rest, everybody has the same advantage. 7 has the best jockey. This one is going to run neutral. There's no question of rails because there's nothing we have on this. So that's what it is. The odds probably are right because these 2 are in very good, I mean, reasonably good hands. All right, these 2 are in reasonably good hands. 7 is a newbie, but the jockey is good. 1, the jockey is not the best. The jockey doesn't have advantage. 9, moderately okay, but the best jockey is here on 7. So that 7 is a check. I'm going to be out and I'm not going to get into it. I'm going to be out in most of the races today here at Muswellbrook. This is not where I like to be. This is not where I like to race. This is not the races I like to get into.
Hopefully we can get John.
And my friends in Singapore, be very, very careful about your actions today at this track. At Muswellbrook.
Harry Houdini plays up, so he just doesn't want to stand still at the moment. As I mentioned, the rest of the runners, just having a look over there at the 1100 metre starting point. The last of the other runners are getting over there right now. Tilly's up. Houdini Spirit will make its way around to the barriers. The gelding there by Harry Angel, who's been kept nice and safe in the market, a $3 chance. Mick, your numbers, you've gone with number 5 here, Malinga Missile.
Yeah, this thought could be a big improver off that debut effort at Bathurst. I know he was beaten a fair way, finished 4.5 lengths behind Escaros that day, and he was still a little bit new. He just plugged home at the one pace, but I think he can race on speed today from a good draw and give a good account of himself. 11 Houdini Spirit. I'll be interested to see whether he takes his place. He's just causing a few little issues as he heads down to the gates. There was a good run there at Queanbeyan last start when finishing second behind Aqua Tempo. One Byron's Farm's got the best form, no doubt about it. First up today has been placed 4 of 6, gets a good draw. Dylan Stanley's 2 kilo claim will help. And Fortune's 10. With the blinkers going on today, I thought could be an improver. Was slow away when 8 for Digby. To Dubbo last start when beaten 5 lengths. 5, 11, 1 and 10.
I've got Brett Thompson here. He's been fine enough just to duck over a couple of minutes out from start time. You've got the favourite here, Brett Byron's Farm, $2.20. First up from the break today. You went to Muswellbrook for a recent trial. You get a good draw. What are your confidence levels like?
Yeah, pretty confident with him. The horse got the draw. He'll run the 1100, no worries. Trial really good, I thought, the other day. The horse, one of the Sarah's horses, the 2-year-old, come out one next start, won pretty well. It was getting switched along a bit in the trial, and he was on the bridle, so I'm happy with the horse. He had to go on trial to get a bar on him, because what he done to Tuna Barabin, and I'm pretty happy with where he is. He's on his home track here, so hopefully he can do the job.
He does seem to race well fresh as well. He's had 2 goes first up and been in the place both times.
Yeah, he does. He goes good fresh. He's actually a lot better horse than he used to be. He's always been a real handful. Always busted his first race. And he's done it again. But now he's matured in the brain. He's 10 points better horse.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Looks pretty relaxed behind the gates here, Byron's Farm. And first up from a spell today, it seems like Brett Thompson is quite the confident.
Yeah, and I'm glad because I've got him on top. I've gone 1, 11, 5 and 7. I'm with Byron's Farm. I just like the fact that he's got that good draw. We know how vital draws can be here at Wellington, just due to the nature of the track. Sometimes you can draw wide and you get the luck, you get in and it all pans out well, but it's obviously a bit of a head start if you draw well, and Byron's Farm does that. I mentioned the Brett there, the good first up record, placed behind Stratified last time out, over the 1100 metres first up. Recent trial was good. Dylan Stanley gets a claim, ticks a few boxes. The 11, Houdini Spirit, maybe that's just him because the market doesn't seem to have reacted overly negatively to what he was doing there before the race. I'll put the 5 in for third, which is Malinga Missile, open to improvement off that debut. The 3rd at Bathurst, and the 7, Outcast Soldier, goes in at a bit of a price there for 4th. But the market does have it down to 3, and I think, it's surprising as to when it came outside of those 3. Mick and I both certainly with runners inside those top 3.
Yeah, Byron's Farm, it looks a really good race for him. First up from a spell today. Still hasn't won a race through 6 starts, but has been placed on 4 occasions, and this just looks an ideal kick-off point for him.
All right, they're loading over there at the 1100 metre starting point. I'm just having a look. Looks like they've got 5 or 6 of these runners already in the gates. So for the first time at the Carnival, 17 races, I think it is, over the next couple of days that we've got to get through, Mick. Maybe as many spoons. But for the first time, we'll head up to the calls box. Here's Tom.
The barriers that they'll jump from in the $200,000 Wellington boot on Sunday. Conversation comes up, waiting on Rebel Flyer and Houdini Spirit. We're not too far off the start of what should be 16 races over 2 days here, today and Sunday at Wellington. Now, Rebel Flyer will be brought up in the line now. They'll be set to go. Race 1, stand by. All in the barrier stalls. Favourite is Byron's Farm. After a couple of good runs before it went for a spell, favouritism for this race. And Rebel Flyer just hesitant in taking up its gate here. The crowd already gathering. Here comes Rebel Flyer, walks in now. And they're set to go. Race 1, Wellington Boot Carnival. And the starter coming around front. They're about to go with a red light activated. Stand by. Off and racing conversations Houdini, Spirit, Outcast, Soldier and Byron's Farm with the first 40 get going. Dusty Vermeer settles in behind them, Mr. Gunadoo, then comes Fortunes. Malinga Missile is getting a long way back on its outside with Eddie Stone, and Rebel Flyer is last. So they race along towards the top of the hill, a bit over 600 to go, and Byron's Farm leads Outcast Soldier by 3/4 of a length. A length and a half back then to Houdini Spirit in a good place, followed by Dusty Vermeer on the rails. Mr. Gunadoo comes around them. Then comes Conversation. Malinga Missile is making some ground, followed by Fortunes and Eddie Stone, and last of all Rebel Flyer. So they race on towards the home turn, and Houdini Spirit is coming out after Outcast Soldier. Byron's Farm nearer the fence is getting a run. Malinga Missile was back along the rails, but Byron's Farm tackled by Outcast Soldier, Dusty Vermeer, Mr. Gunadoo and Houdini Spirit down the outside, but Byron's Farm has kicked away now, and Byron's Farm beat Dusty Vermeer. Third close, Rebel Flyer outweighed Mr. Gunadoo, and over on the fence, Malinga Missile. Then came Conversations. Outweighed there was Houdini Spirit, followed in by Fortunes, Outcast Soldier and Eddie Stone.
All right, Byron's Farm gets favourite backers off to a good start, $2 and $1.20 under the urgings of Dylan Stanley. Dusty Vermeer's run an improved race there for Troy McCartney. Billy Cray there finishes second, pays $6.90. Just having a look there at the photo for third. I fancy the 9, Rebel Flyer, will get there for third, just ahead of Malinga Missile, who, Mick, I know that you were keeping a keen eye on Malinga Missile and just bombed the start, but all things told, did a pretty good job not to be beaten all that far.
Yeah, saved a bit of ground up along the inside, but it was quite a dominant performance in the end from Byron's Farm, who was able to get out of the gates quite cleanly, was engaged in a little bit of a speed war early, but was able to gain control. Dylan Stanley just allowed him to drift down to the rails in the home straight, and that seemed to really help him. When he was floating out off the rails, he just looked a little bit lost, but once he had that rail to follow, he really balanced up and stretched out nicely.
It was a good ride by Dylan. I know we've said that a lot in recent times, the improvement that he's showing, but he just kicked up, held the fence there, kept one of the key rivals there wide, and did a really good job. Brett Thompson is now with Mick.
Well, Brett, we spoke to you pre-race. You seem quietly confident. It's good to see him get his first win on the board.
Yeah, for sure. He's always a horse that showed ability, and he's been a hard horse to get going, but he's matured a heap in the brain now. And just to get here today and first runner on like the home track for the horses.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna. Not the best place, Tuna. Not the best place today. I wish I had another option.
Used to do contracting for Pete, so it's really great to get a winner for him, and he's excited. So yeah, it's a good start.
He showed good speed today, and he seemed to really put his mind on the job once he found the rail there in the straight.
Oh, he did. He's always struggled here in his gallops getting around the corner. He's a big bloke and horse. You'll see he slipped off the corner a little bit, but once Dylan balanced him up, he really stretched out and went away from him. So I was really happy with that. I think the horse will run 1600 because he's a very good winded horse. So he started well anyway.
Well done.
Thank you.
There he is, Brett Thompson, the winning trainer here in race number 1 on the card. And yeah, he's just made the move with a team of his horses from Gulgong over to be based here at Wellington. And obviously the results are there to be seen, with Byron's Farm breaking through at start number 7 today. And you see Peter Barton there, the president of the club. Brett mentioned him being in the ownership of this horse. A great result for all and sundry. Brett just having a chat there with Dylan Stanley, the winning rider, who of course has been getting plenty of winners in recent times, been getting plenty of opportunities, and will make his way over and have a chat to us. Still well done, riding great at the moment. This horse, he didn't seem to handle that turn, but once you got him balanced up in the straight, he kicked away nice.
Yeah, no, I thought it just come around the front end, might have cost him a little bit, but as soon as he straightened up and then he found like a vehicle.
He's obviously first up here today, and Brett mentioned that he might stretch out in preparation. That'll give him some good confidence.
Oh, yeah, no, we keep learning that he's a bit of a, how we say, hot kind of horse, so, but he seemed to get the job done today, so it was good.
Well done. Thank you. There he is, Dylan Stanley, the winning rider here in race number 1. We need to get to Muswellbrook for their first. Here's Gavin and Belinda.
first of 8 here on Muswellbrook Cup Day. Star maker for the 2-year-old stepping out here over the 1,000 metres. And let's have a look at them. Field of 8 telling all the rage. And here's first cab off the rank. This cold first up for Peter Snowden and breaks not.
Yeah, he looks very well placed here this afternoon. He's a cracking type. There's plenty of him. I like the fact that he's had the 2 tries because he is a little fella that holds a fair bit of condition, but he's shown enough last preparation. I think placement's the key today. The trials have been nice. He looks clearly the one to beat.
Number 2, it's Bosca Bullet first starter, and there are a few of those. In fact, the remainder are for Tim McIntosh and Ben Looker.
He's a local colt for Tim McIntosh. He's had the 1 trial where he was really well beaten around 20 lengths. I'm actually surprised that they passed him. He's doing everything right. He's going to furnish with time, but I'm happy enough to see what he does here.
On to Hinto we go. Here's number 3 for Troy O'Neill. It's Sienna Grimer.
He's on debut. He's had the 2 trials. He's a big, strong bloke, isn't he? There's plenty of him. He was really well beaten in the first. I think the occasion got the best of him, beaten 16 lengths, but he was a big improver in the most recent at the home track, only beaten a couple of lengths. He was still green, still doing a few things wrong, so I'm happy enough to watch what he does today.
Silly by contributor then is number 4, DDD for Kristen Buchanan and Anna Roper.
She's certainly in with a place chance. She's had the 4 trials.
All right.
I thought the best of them was the most recent. She just had the 1 this preparation behind Restimo, who was only beaten around a length in the Max Lee. So that's a strong enough form reference. She's up on her toes. She's a cracking type. She didn't have much room in that trial and she was still a bit green. So she'll improve off what she does today, but on type, you'd have to make a case for her.
Number 5 is the debutante Dreamer Little for Jay Hopkins and Will Stanley.
Another one just had the 1 trial. It was over the 850 on the Beaumont, beaten around 9 lengths, as you'd expect with the 1 trial, was very green. So I'm happy enough to wait and watch today.
Number 6 we move to. This is Like a Queen for Peter Bloomfield and Grant Buckley.
Coming through the same trial as Hinto, was beaten around 6 lengths there. She's a nice enough type. She's another one that's going to improve with time, but on her best behaviour first day at the races. Have a couple of other.
Number 7 then is Raygun Rocks for Craig Roberts and Michelle Small.
Yeah, probably going around over the odds, to be honest. Was slow away in the 1 and over only trial here, but was really warming up late in the piece with Michelle on board, and that was over the 900. So we're stepping to the 1,000. We're drawing an outside gate, but
yeah, it's a four.
Of our second favourite, which is Shenandoah River.
And speaking of Shenandoah River, here is the 9 for Brett Kavanagh and Mitchell Bell.
Always got to sit up and pay attention when the money comes to one of Brett Kavanagh's. I can see why on type. She's a beautiful style of filly by Anders. She's very well put together, very strong, covered in dapples. She's only had the 1 trial, which was 10 days ago. She was very tractable, done everything right. Knowing Brett, she would have had a few jump outs at home. I'm expecting her to put her best foot forward. I don't know if she can Brett, but she'll definitely be somewhere in the mix.
So this favourite now into $1.22, telling in from 1.30 earlier today. Only other runner in single figures down the bottom is Shenandoah River. He stays rock solid at 4, then out $15 and longer for the rest. It's all about telling here. Belinda Late Male type 2-year-olds are off to the game.
No, well, he only has to run up to what he's done telling to be very hard to beat here. Very well placed by Peter Snowden. He's a big supporter of this Muswellbrook meeting and generally has a lot of luck here. So I've gone his way off the basis of what he's shown his last preparation and the 2 trials leading in. He was in good order and the wind probably got to a few of them in the mounting yard, but not him. He was on his very best behaviour. The 9 Shenandoah River really stood out on type, and you can see why there has been a bit of market support for her. She runs into one that brings the race experience. She's only had the 1 trial, but she was very tractable in that 1 and only, and I think it's not going to be long before we see her winning a race. The 4 Diddy D comes here well prepared. They were just tinkering around with a piece of gear before she walked out, but she's off and she's on her way now with the pony. She's another one that's a nice enough type. She's a little new in the trials, but I'm expecting her to run well. And Reagan Rocks looked the best of the rest. Only finished around a length behind Shenandoah River in the trial, was doing its best work through the line. So maybe over the odds at that $41 quote, 1, 9, 4 and 7.
Have it stopped there. So 130 to 122 now at $1.18. It is all about telling for Peter Snowden. Aaron Lau on track today, and with Belinda to speak about telling and others.
Well, telling looks very well placed today, and the trials have been quite nice.
Yeah, that's right. He's returned in good order. Trial's been pleasing, particularly his second trial. Yeah, he's ready to go today.
Yeah, you're happy enough coming into this?
Yeah, that's right. He travelled up in good order. He's the only horse to have a race side in the race, and I think hence his short price. But no, he's a good order. He looks fantastic. Still learning his craft, but he'll run well today.
Yeah, he's a little guy that holds plenty of condition. Is he come along from the trials?
Yeah, that's right. No, he's held together really nicely. He has a lovely attitude and a lovely mover. So yeah, we couldn't be happy with the way he's coming.
In the Cup, you're looking for that big dance eligibility, and you have Lavish Empire. I thought he was pretty unlucky last start at Canberra.
Yeah, that's right. He had to duck and dive a little bit that day. We had him in the Doncaster prelude tomorrow, with quite a lot of rain around, and looked a softer race today, and a bit of luck from that wide alley. He should be running home late.
He tends to get back anyway, so you just take the sit on him?
Yeah, that's right. I think it's 11 of 13 he comes into now, and yeah, he'll get back. That's a natural race pattern, and hopefully they run along and he's finishing off.
Yeah, good luck here.
Thank you very much.
Aaron Loud for Peter Snowden, $1.15. Goodness me, we knew he was going to start short. Have they finished yet into $1.15?
Yeah, maybe not. What do they say? It's better than bank interest, but I was really impressed with his mannerisms in the yard, especially when you stand a horse still and there's a few playing around them. You're often worried with how they're going to cope with it, but that race experience and that race smarts that he brings, I think, will really help him here. He should put himself in the first couple from the gate, and Breaknock has been having a whole lot of luck with Peter Snowden. Obviously, he spent a bit of time there. He's back home now, but Peter Snowden's still happy to give him a fair few opportunities.
All right, and he's got speed this paper.
He does. Well, he has shown so in the trial. He got back in his first race start over the 900, but that was at Newcastle, but he wasn't all that far off. He potted up right up on the speed at Randwick over the 1,000 in the nursery. He's back in a country, I suppose, yeah, 2-year-old race where the bulk of the rest haven't been tested at the races. And apart from Brett Kavanagh, who it was hard to get a guide on because he wasn't really asked for much, nothing's really stood out and really grabbed your eye in the trials.
Okay, in terms of the jockey challenge market, and there's only a bit over a minute in which to invest upon that. Alicia Collins, 270 favourite. Breaks Knocking Rights telling in the open. He's at 320.
Got a few good rides today.
What's that?
He's got a few good rides
He
today,
does.
right?
Yep, 550 about. Well, we could be others. $10 out of Rosa, $12 any other. 15 Reece Jones and JBL at $26. Alicia without a ride in the first. Breaks Rides telling here. Quaddy Starts race 5 and race 7. He's the couple of $150,000. The ticket in the big dance in November up 4 grades.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's probably one of the strongest qualifiers I've seen, to be honest, to stack it. Horses that were also nominated for tomorrow in good quality races have decided to come here. I suppose if they get the guarantee that they're offensive on the run, if they don't good tomorrow, they could end up on a very heavy track tomorrow at Rosehill.
Okay, late mail numbers here, 1947, so the Star Maker to start the Cup day. A little bit breezy out there. At the moment, we're on a good 4 with a rail in the tree position to the eye. Aesthetically, that track looked in great order.
Yeah, it did. It looked really well. I'm hoping for the club that the rain holds off, because at the moment we're on a good 4 and it'd be terrific to have an even racing surface throughout.
Okay, there's Hinto. Christiana Graham and Troy O'Neill about to come up, but we've still got a few left to load. So late mail numbers 1, 9, 4 and 7. All of them, with the exception of Telling, are on debut. So a nervous and anxious time, isn't that exciting for their connections?
Yeah, I thought a couple got a little bit excited when jockeys mounted up, but I thought overall they were very well behaved. A number of them have just had the one trial leading until today, and it's just not the nicest conditions for horses having their first day at the races. There's a bit of a breeze about, it's a little bit cool, but it's a bit of wind under the tail. Generally sparks them up.
$1.22 now, so Telling, $4.20. They've kept Shenandoah River relatively safe considering the other ones 130 in at $21 and longer the rest. Let's head upstairs. Here's the first on Cup Days. We say good afternoon to Ben Hall.
Queen's coming forward now. We've got 3 left to load, so Dream a Little's about to come in with Bosca Bullet and Ray Gun Rocks. So that takes good shape. 125 about Telling, 420 about Shenandoah River. So Bosca Bullet coming in, and Ray Gun Rocks will walk forward to complete the line. Good afternoon to you, Gavin Belinda from Sky Thoroughbred Central, as everyone's on board now. Star Maker for the 2-year-olds about to get underway. Telling the odds on favourite colours. Just waiting on Ray Gun Rocks. Ray Gun Rocks now walking back up. Ray Gun Rocks on Gold Cup Day, Muswellbrook set. They're racing. Favourite began well, telling in the first 2 or 3 of the
Dowds, welcome back.
Began quickly out wide. Oscar Bullet's trying to slot into a spot, and Hinto not far away with DDD and Shenandoah Rivers on the railer. Then Like a Queen, and then came Ray Gun Rocks, and that Oscar Bullet was let go back after the start, 3 wide at the moment and at the rear. So they go down towards the turn at the 600 metre mark, and on the inside, the favourite Telling led the way from Dream a Little. Third is Shenandoah River, followed by DDD. Hinto scrubbed along, then Like a Queen. 2 lengths Ray Gun Rocks, and Oscar Bullet is last. Around the turn, 350 left to go. Telling found the lead now. Led by half a length to Dream a Little on the outside. Like a Queen. Shenandoah River had cover now and peels to the middle of the track. It starts to chase hard, and then Hinto out in the middle of the track. Inside the 150, Telling's in front from Shenandoah River. Telling at the 100 metre mark, a length clear from Shenandoah River. Telling's doing enough inside the shadows of the post, and Telling beat Shenandoah River. Like a Queen got
1-9.
fourth. Dream a Little or Hinto in a photo. Then Ray Gun Rocks, DDD, and Oscar Bullet was last. Favourite gets up in the first, Telling.
Yeah, that it does. It wasn't a cakewalk by any stretch of the imagination. Travelled well that first starter at Brett Cavendis to finish Shenandoah River. She got out just for a stride or two. Hello.
Yeah.
You're going to make this really interesting. And then Telling with the experience, with one preparation out of the way, Spellman a couple of trials. It's come all the way to win at the market. Got it bang on, they were the only 2, and they've gapped the others. It looks like a Queen up against the inside will get served.
Yeah, after showing good speed, but that was nice to see. It's always a little bit nerve-wracking when you see these 2-year-olds and they're left out in front for a long way. It's a long street down here at Muswellbrook, and you could be forgiving if you wanted to stargaze and have something get the drop on him. But really good today, Telling, really well placed by the stable. But the horse you want to follow out of the race is definitely Brett Kavanagh's filly. She's a cracker to look at. She came into this with just the one trial. She looked like she loomed up, and she was just a little bit new. She wanted to lay in and have a look around, and maybe condition gave out right at the concluding stages. But she's run into a pretty smart one there, and she's the one you want to follow, especially if she stays in the country.
Okay, so 196, we'll get that fourth number. The winner, Colt by Graph. Promising young sire here, so but not a single doubt there. You never doubt me. Takes out the opening event, and Aaron Lau is about to come over and join us. Well, he's the brakes knock as well, but Aaron's here with Telling, and he gets the job done.
No, he was very good. Still doing a few things wrong, and you saw at the top of the straight, got a little bit lost there, but good tough win with the horse came to him. He was tough there.
Yeah, the filly of Cavendis got out and made it interesting for a stride or two, but that experience counts for so much, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Brett's horse trialled really well, and we had a lot of respect for her coming into this, and we knew that she was the horse to beat. But no, he was very good. Brett had to give him a little squeeze early to hold the spot, so it was nice to see him work through his figures nicely, and hopefully a nice call going forward.
Peter loves coming back home, where of course with Aberdeen just up the road, and supporting particularly the bigger meetings here at Muswellbrook.
Yeah, that's right. He's a big fan of this area, and he was excited for me to come up here. I haven't been up here for a while, but we have a great team of owners in this horse.
196 and 5. So we played the first 2 favourites they did get in.
There's Aaron Lau Telling the staff in the ownership. And that's something you see a fair bit of these days, isn't it? Chris Leeds, a lot of his staff are in horses, and obviously Brett Kavanagh and others.
Yeah, well, it's good incentive to really go the extra mile, isn't it?
Sure it is. All right, Brave's not just started saddling this winner, so she's worth following. Shenandoah River, you just get the feeling though this Colton Telling, he'll derive plenty of confidence out of that.
Dow's, congratulations, you at least have the win.
2 race starts, and with a touch on long running here, he was left out. And he'll tighten up with time, but that's a nice confidence boosting win here this afternoon, and he can really go on from that. We keep on seeing these city trainers just get a bit of confidence and get a bit of prize money under their belts in the country, and generally that's not where they finish. They can typically go through their grades, they can head to the provincials from here without racking up a whole lot of, I suppose, benchmark points, and win a fair bit of money along the way before they head back to town.
Okay, so like so they're speaking to a couple of the connections after winning the opening event on the program, so you want to head over that way. see if we can
Wrangle.
wrangle him. We've spent some time, had a lot of success with unloaded Pete Sadney's back over down here and going with the crossbred Cabinet. And he's about to come over after winning the first with Telling, who gets the job done today, Brent.
Yeah, he began fairly well, but they kind of mustered a little bit quicker than him early, so just had to use a little bit up to just get him into that forward position. Thought he travelled pretty decent. He didn't really overdo things. I wouldn't say he was right up there, but he just travelled within himself and he gave a bit of a kick and probably a little bit green still off a bit, but yeah, he's probably the most experienced race today.
And he found what you wanted him to, important.
Yeah, he did. He just kept going and he didn't really slow down. Just kept that nice tempo and yeah, good.
Start the day.
Yeah, very good.
There he is, Brent, not taking up the opening event on the program. Okay, first favourite wins, and we'll be back. Race number 2 coming up at 10 minutes to 2 local time.
Okay, so this is the second one. It's a benchmark 58. And if we look through the odds, it's 7, 2, 6, and 9. 7 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, the 7 is the first one to come out within the rails, and the other one is the 2. Now 2 is the linear, but this is not a winning number. 7 also is not a winning number. This is probably a place. It's an outer drift. The largest outer drift is on this one, which is number 4. So 9 probably is the best hand, and not within the rails. So things that might happen. Now, generally, what this is all my take, all right, and I'm not going to be putting in any money on this track today. I want to stay out of this. I did not have another option to get another track, and we are stuck with this. I am not happy with it, and I don't want to risk anything at this track. I am not going to do that. So that's the first thing that I wanted to say. The second thing is that 7 is the favorite. It's an outer drift. That's not a winning number. 2 is not a winning number because it's a linear, but that's not a winning number. A linear needs to be in 3-figure, ideally within 150 to 250 range. So we are looking at negative 250, 260, or in that range. Then we can do a judgment call. So this is not that, this is not that. Now for a moment, if we think that these two are not there, then that 6 is that 6 becomes the linear, okay? But they are like that. The 6 becomes the linear. The 9 becomes the EW, which is not within the rails, but it is probably in one of the best hands. However, it is a 7-year-old gelding going to be competing with 4-year-old mares and 4-year-old geldings and all that. So that 9 is in good hands, and the 6 ideally is the linear if this thing did not exist. This is not a winning number. This is not a winning number. The winning numbers are between 6 and 9. If we have to take a horse, then it would be 6. If we take the people, then it is 9. Because the 6 is drifting. These people have been drifting. So now let's take a look at what are the possibilities that might happen. So if that 6 wins, if 7 is the favorite, okay, but 7 is not a winning number. It's well within the race, but it is not a winning number. This is an outer drift, which is generally a place. 4 is a bigger outer drift. So if we have to take a look at 7 and 4, then both of them are in moderately good hands. Okay, both of them are in moderately good hands. This is also a good hand. This is a moderately good hand. If we talk about the horses, then and this is an outer drift. This is a larger outer drift. So that 4 is a check. If you look at the gate number, that's 4. And if you look at the 6, which is the linear, is gate number 3. So that is a tailing position. Okay. Now, if that happens, you're looking at 6 and 4. But if that 9 wins, for an example, for the management, these people are drifting, so are they. If the 9 wins with that 7-year-old gilding, which I don't think will happen, but I mean, technically, that 6 is the one which is with a lot of advantage, and it's a good horse. That 6 is a good horse. It's one of the BBs. The problem is this. Do they have a good jockey? No. Probably they have the worst jockey. Probably they have the worst jockey. So that that is that. But if we look at 2 winning, even then 4 is tailing. So this 4 is probably an EW. 7, I don't know. 7, I don't know. But the problem is the 6, which is there. And 2 is weird. It is not a winning number. 7 is not a winning number. The winning numbers are these 2 numbers, out of which the one which actually has better management is a 7-year-old gilding, has 58 races, has done nothing in its life. The other one is a 4-year-old gilding. It's a very good horse, has numbers, but they have management issues and they do not have the best jockey. It's a 1280 meters, so you'll one. It becomes advantage. They're like 67% dropping. I am going to be out. That 6 is a check, that 4 is a check. Out.
Debut today has had 3 barrier trials, including a recent one at Dubbo.
Yeah, that trial was okay at Dubbo. Finished 5th in the trial behind Dusty Vermeer, who we saw come out and run a good race in race number 1, getting into the placings. Hard to know what to expect today, so we'll just keep an eye on the market.
Megaphone missed the 12. Sharon Jeffries trains, has been doing all the racing down south.
Yeah, last start there at Wagga was beaten around 6 lengths by Lucy Lulu. The start prior at Wagga was okay. Finished 5th behind Rapana. Got back to last, worked home steadily. She's not the worst in this.
Number 13, Hardy Profit, comes into this off the back of a last start placing at Tottenham at the picnics there on the 8th of March. That was over the 1,000.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect that form to hold up here. Overall's had the 7 starts for 2 minor placings, but I thought she might struggle against this lot.
Number 14, Vicious Roomy, a short-priced favourite, a filly by Cable Bay. Nick Mulholland's had her for the 1 run and thought she ran well behind Miss Clamorosa at Dubbo.
Yeah, she'll strip a lot fitter today. First up over the 1,100 metres. She just found wanting late when second behind Miss Clamorosa. Today stays at the 1,100 metres. A little bit of a sticky gate, but she's got good speed.
15, Angry Bet, a 4-year-old by I Am Invincible. She's well bred. She's had the 4 starts, yet to figure in the placings. All the races have been up in Queensland.
Shouldn't bet angry.
Shouldn't.
No.
Shouldn't do anything angry.
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah, last start at Gatton on the 8th of February. Finished 6th behind Kikatinalong. Beaten around 6 legs. Showed plenty of speed that day. So, as we keep saying, it's always a good advantage if you can find a little bit of speed around Wellington.
Bulling Empire, the 16, draws the inside gate. This is going to be short of her best, you'd imagine. But first up, no trial, and she has performed here in the past. Not necessarily thinking she's a winning chance, but I think she can run a cheeky race.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. From the inside gate, she'll probably end up 3 or 4 pairs back the rails. But if she can pick her way through the field, she might be worth including in your trifectas and first fours.
And 17 is Kunanglabar. That's what I'm going to go with anyway. Trained by Clint London, one of 3 runners that he's got in the race. She had the 1 start. That was at Gunnedah there on the 15th of March, where she was well beat.
Yeah, she was kept safe in the market that day, and she settled back to last and just failed to run off, beaten around to 8 lengths. She's obviously better than that. I wouldn't be surprised if she improved today.
And the 18 is Good View, another of the Clint London runners, a filly by Brutal. She went around in the same race, beat the Kunanglabar home by about half a length.
Yeah, she was another one that was in the market that day, beaten around 8 lengths, a couple of extra ground. I thought she was entitled to do a little bit more. We're about 5 minutes out from start time here for race number 2 at Wellington, so you've still got plenty of time to invest. Clint London's got a couple of runners here in this second event, and he's with Ben.
All right, you've got a few runners, Clint. Some of them aren't necessarily high up in the market, but interested to get your thoughts on them. Matilda No More, she's on debut here today. You've got a wide gate when you peel aboard.
Sometimes, yeah, it was pretty hard up to get someone to talk to here in this race, I'm guessing. But look, guys, I thought both the Matilda No More, she showed a little bit of promise last time in. I think she's a horse that'll definitely need a little bit of racing. She's well at home. She always wants to stick on a little bit over the further distances. But we've got to start somewhere with a young horse. And look, we're happy enough with the jump outs at home to present her here today first up.
You've got a couple down the bottom as well, Kunanglabar and Good View. They both come out of the same race, and Good View beat Kunanglabar home on that day. But I noted that Kunanglabar was kept nice and safe in the market that day.
Yeah, they both showed a little bit of promise at home and in their barrier trial. And look, I was quite disappointed in them. I thought they'd run a hell of a lot better than that at Gunnedah the other day. But look, they're both young fillies that haven't had a lot of exposure to the racing and only had the 1 trial. And look, here today, they've obviously drawn the car park. So we're at Wellington. Let's go back, try and teach them something and see if they can hit the line here today. Because they definitely got some ability. They mightn't be champions, but they definitely go better than what they showed last start.
Well, I was going to ask you what you do from those gates, but obviously you just go back, try and get them to settle and hit the line.
Got 3 in it, and they've all drawn, I think, 11, 13, 14, so they're all going at the same instructions, back and ride for luck, and just hope across one of them can get a little bit of daylight there somewhere.
Noticed over at Muswellbrook as well, you've got Makina Volante going around over there, probably over a trip that's a little bit short of his best, but how's he come up?
Yeah, no, actually, I'm very surprised on how well he has come up this time around. I know he's an older horse, and but still in all, like, he looks $1 million. Obviously, he's 12.80 first up and in a very hard race over the showcase meeting there today. But an old horse with a benchmark like his, you've got to start somewhere with him as well. So we elected to take him over there for the run over the 12.80 today, and there's a few nice country cups coming around the place for him in the distant future.
Best of luck here.
Thanks very much, guys.
2.5 minutes off start time here for race number 2 at Wellington. I saw it quite short, and I said he got a couple of runners. He had 3 in the race. That they're all mostly big odds, but they're open to improvement, that's for sure. Pretty short, this favourite, isn't it? Horse number 14, Vicious Rumour, into $1.40.
Yeah, look, she's a definite chance, and that's undeniable. Whether you want to jump into the $1.40s, probably the concern that I've got. You've picked her on top.
Yeah, I love the Vicious Rumour on top. It was a cracking first run in the area, finishing second to Miss Clamoroso. That was a dub over the 1,100 metres. White draw. I don't think that's too much of a concern, especially with Jay Pracey Holmes on board. He should be able to push forward and get her across. 9 French Harp, I think, can run well. I know Chance been kept safe in the meeting at $12. I thought it was a good run at Muswellbrook last start. It was only beaten around 3 lengths there by Any Rock. 5 Divine Bells got a good draw, and I think it's ready to improve. Third run back from a spell, and I've included 1 Aspen Boulevard, who didn't do a great deal first up from a spell, but was placed when second up last prep. 14, 9, 5 and 1.
I've just gone looking for a little bit of value. Like, it would surprise me if the favourite just came out and skittled them, but I've gone with Divine Bell. It's now in the second favourite, $8. Good late support for it. Look, she draws to get a good run. It's just a matter of whether she can be within striking distance, because she is probably a bit better known over a longer trip. But I think if there's tempo on and she's close enough, she'll be hard to hold out. The favourite, deserved favourite, just not sure if it fall into $1.40. The first up run for Michael Mulholland was very good. We've seen the winner of that race come out and run well since. The 1, Aspen Boulevard, can improve off the first up effort. And I put Bling Empire in for 4 just at a big price, thinking that it could run a cheeky race here from the soft draw. 5, 14, 1 and 6. Just having a look over there at the 1,100 metre starting point. Looks like there's only 3 or 4 runners left to load. So we'll head up to Cole Hodges Frisbee.
And good view is still out. So we've got change of the colours here because there's quite a few stablemates here. So our war horse will have the green, blue, white, Canberra Raiders Rugby League colours. We've got Megaphone Miss in the red with blue and white check sash. Here comes good view up in the line. So field of 14, and they're getting close to getting underway. The opening race today won by Byron Stampede. I did understand. Now they're all in the barriers here. Big field about to jump. And Sam Fitzgerald, the starter, about to get them underway. So the red light's on, and still holds them here. This is Rumour, the short prize favourite. Racing now.
14, 14, 1, 5, 13. Dows.
Horse Paddy Prophet on the rail, and French Harp is also going fast, and Vicious Rumour caught off the track from the wide barrier, but going up to be outside the leader. Aspen Boulevard got back to 5th, followed by Divine Bell. Then came Bling Empire, Matilda No More. Dashing Vision was next, a couple back then to Angry Bet, followed by Megaphone Miss. Champagne Tingle goes round, and then Canangle Bar. And Goodyear was last of all, so down the side they come in French Harp, taken on by Party Prophet the rail. Vicious Rumour third, Aspen Boulevard fourth, 2.5 back to Matilda No More, then Divine Bell. Our War Horse was next, then Bling Empire, Dashing Vision, Champagne Tingle, Angry Bet, Megaphone Miss, Good View, and Canangle Bar. Well in the straight, and Party Prophet got the rails run. Aspen Boulevard's in the clear. Now Vicious Rumour called upon, but it's got several links to make up, and Party Prophet's in front, and it will win. Party Prophet
13. Dows, you got the 13.
French Harp out wide there with Vicious Rumour. Angry Bet got home well along the rail. Divine Bell just behind them. Then our war horse Followed in there by Canangle Bar, Dashing Vision, Champagne Tingle, Megaphone, Miss Good View, and then Bling Empire pulls up quickly.
Party Profit, better known as Pepper, we just discovered, Nick. Nat Pearce watching the race here alongside us. Wins and pays $15.90 and $3.10 under the urgings of Captain Kenny Dunbar. Matilda No More, the 11, will finish in second. Aspen Boulevard. Look to have the sit on them there for the majority of the race. It'll finish in third place. And then looks like the 9 might finish in fourth there, that being French Harp, the favourite. Went around $1.40, was 3 wide the trip, had no luck. But all honours with the winner, and Nat Pearce is with Nick now.
Oh, no, that was a pretty good performance. Just simply too quick for them.
Yeah, look, she was. I've only had her a couple of weeks. I actually got off Rodney Roberts. His target riders got injured and he suggested to the owner to send it to me and get her worked. And we popped a couple of gallops under her belt. And I do like this filly a lot. And changed a couple of things, took the blinkers off her and just sort of see if we could just sit off the lead and Captain did the rest.
Speed's a great asset around here, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, Wellington probably wasn't the track to try and ride it too cold. But she's quick out of the gates and she settled beautiful for him. And yeah, no, tickle pink.
Well done.
Thank you.
All right, we've got the numbers confirmed there. It's 13, 11, 1 and 9. Matilda No More's finished in second. Drew Wide has ended up zooming up the fence to run second. A promising debut there for the Clint Lundham stable. Aspen Boulevard's improved second up. And I was just mentioning there before the favourite obviously went around at a short price, but when Party Profit kicked up, and you obviously had the other horse there that sort of kicked up in the middle as well, French Harp, Jake Gracie Holmes was just 4-3 wide, and that was always going to be the risk from that gate.
Yeah, exactly right. So you could possibly be a little bit forgiving of Vicious Rumour. We both got agreed that she was far too short in the market, but things just didn't work out her way today. Party Profit too good. You mentioned the good run from Matilda No More might go into the Take 2 file. Aspen Boulevard looked like the winner on the point of the home corner. Seemed to travel up nicely behind the leaders and maybe just needed that run. And French Harp will be picking up a victory in the not too distant future. So 13, 11, 1 and 9 numbers confirmed here following race 2.
All right, Ken Dunbar just unsaddling. We'll get him to come over quickly. Once he's done that, he's just having a chat with Nat Pearce there as well. And no, he doesn't get the opportunities, as many opportunities these days, Ken, but he knows this track very, very well. He's ridden plenty here over the years and plenty of winners.
Yeah, exactly right. And I did notice on Tap Site that Billy Cray was down to have ridden the second place getter in the first.
Tuna.
I think it was actually Ken Dunbar. Playing along in the jockey challenge. I think Kenny's on fire.
Tuna.
All righty. Having a bit of a dip.
The thing is, that 6 is a very strong number. Okay, that 6 is a very strong number, and with a lot of advantage. But will they deliver? Is what my question is. Will they deliver? Because if that happens, then that'll be great. But and I'm not sure if that linear will work on a 200 and 1280, because that's a linear, but it's not a strong linear. Anybody can challenge. Anybody can challenge the 6, the 9, which is a 7-year-old gelding, and that 8. Anybody can challenge. 8 is also a good one, but they're like 67% drifting out. It has advantage, but it's drifting out. Whoever wins, I think, if we look at the 2, that's a linear. Possibilities are there with that linear. It's not that they don't have possibility. 6 is probably in better position, but I mean, if I actually had to place a bet in this one, which I'm not going to do, that would have been a second horse pool on 4. That would have been a second horse pool on 4. Because that thing is supposed to get in the second position. Whether 2 wins or 6 wins, 4 is probably the second position. But I'm not going to go with this because this is not the track where we can do those adventures, you know. If this was Randwick, if this was Flemington, if this was even Sandown, we could have tried all that, but not here. Not here.
Start had been quite good. She's another one that doesn't win out of turn, just the 2 from 18, but lovely and healthy in the yard, and that play is keeping her on.
That's last. The number 9 is Bad Boy McCoy for Jan Bowen, and then a Roper.
Has been the beneficiary of a fair bit of market support, and I can see why, because
you know,
just that horse that
I hope they give us a right opening. I just hope that we get a right opening at a right distance.
Maybe that heavy track was a bridge too far. His wet track stats don't.
I just hope they do that we get an opening.
12 goes at the home track for just the 2 placings, so that has to be a concern.
Because these are confusing ones.
Okay, riders up out the head out for the second event on the program. Over the 1,280 metres, Oakfield Pee-wee comes to the races first up today for Damien Lane, who's now with Belinda.
Really funny straps towards the end of last prep, over the 1,400 at the mile. We discussed that was probably his preferred kind of distance, but first up today, he's trolled up nicely. What have you made of him in this prep?
Yeah, he's definitely, he done a really good job last prep, as I said, and he's definitely come back a bit more mature and filled out a little bit. I thought his trial was great. He's also had a jump out at home where I thought he'd improved off that first up trial. So obviously we went up the Aussie first up last prep and they run him off his feet. He got to the line really good. We've done a little bit more work with him this time and decided to go 1280 first up, which should suit. I think you're right, Sue, but probably the weight's the query, obviously.
Yeah, to be honest, I had him on top, and then I just erred on the side of caution with that big weight. What about Sneaky Sophia? She was accepted yesterday. That called him off after the 3rd or 4th race. She was on course. How did she handle it all?
Yeah, look, luckily enough, you know, Gosford to Wyong, it's sort of only a half-hour trip, so she hadn't been there long when they called them off, and she seemed to have taken no real effects for it. She ate up last night, she was surprised this morning, and she trapped with deer in the water, so look, not ideal, but I couldn't find a reason not to run it today.
For those who didn't grab the coverage yesterday, she was great to win at provincial grade first up. He took her to town in a 72 fillies and mares, and she was had excuses. She didn't pull up quite right, correct?
That's right, yeah. It was a really wet track that day, and Anna said she was just slipping and sliding, and she pulled up really tight through her hamstrings, and we gave her a little break, and she has spent some time on the water walker. We got her right, and she jumped out at home. We didn't trial her, but she had a really nice jump out at home, and she comes here ready to go, albeit with, you know, not being ideal circumstances with yesterday.
Good luck with both.
Cheers, thanks.
There's Damien Lane with Oakfield Pee-wee. Muswellbrook Cup Day. We're up to the second event. Christine Williams is the boss here. And it's a terrific turnout. Jesus, quality racing. Don't bet big money on offer.
There's some terrific racing. Just such, you know, we've got group horses, we've got Black Pipe, we've got some of the biggest names from the Metropolitan Stables, biggest names from country racing, and, you know, just really good support from the locals here, which I always love to see as well. Just short of $500,000 in prize money, and of course $150,000 for the April Muswellbrook Gold Cup, which is got eligibility for the big dance.
It's a huge carrot, isn't it, for the end of the year?
Oh, it's an enormous carrot. you know, I don't think we would be seeing the quality here at Muswellbrook that we're seeing today without that extra carrot. Prize money's always been good, but to have, you know, an extra carrot is just fantastic.
A great crowd because it's so picturesque out.
It is beautiful. As we've spoken about, we've got renovations with our main building.
Yep.
Our focus is on our gardens. We've really showcased them, and we're so delighted to see so many people out there just enjoying the gardens and enjoying such top-class country racing.
You've got a lot on your plate today running around, but do try and enjoy the races if you can.
I always enjoy the races. Thank you so much.
Good on you. It's Christine Williams, boss here at Muswellbrook. Okay, over to you, Belinda. Late mail time as they get around at the start.
Tricky race. I think you can make a case for the bulk of the field, to be honest, but just taking Night Fighter on trust. I know he's better than what we've seen, so I'm 4-2, 7 and 9. I just like him as a horse. He's shown what he was capable at the end of last preparation and really good quality races, putting a couple of wins together in nice fashion. He's had 2 runs back where you can make a few excuses for him. Speaking to Sue Bruce earlier, she's a little camera shy, so I thought I'd get more out of her. Speaking to her privately, she mentioned that he had a little bit of an issue where he hurt an eye at one stage. So prior to last start, he missed a stack of work. So it is a pretty tough run up that hill over the 1400 at Armadale, and condition really blew out late. He was on the fence, and that really wasn't the place to be on the day. So happy to give the long defeat there. He can bounce back here in a big way if he's anywhere near right, which on appearance you would suggest. So Oakfield Pee-wee looks primed to go first up. The 62 kilos is the only niggle, but he's a horse with the upside. Climate Control doesn't win out at turn, but this does look like this kind of race. And Bad Boy McCoy paraded well and can bounce back from the last start defeat on the very heavy surface. 4-2, 7 and 9.
Okay, favourite Climate Control this morning 290, now into 270. Oakfield Pee-wee first up goes 390 out to 460. Bad Boy McCoy's trimmed up a point from $6 to $5. And of the others, the Great Armada, Jamie Clement is 5 out to $5.50. And then Sydney is 7 out a half a point to $12 for Night Fighter. First race today, taken up at the long odds on favourite Telling. Brave Knock and Peter Snowden defeated Shenandoah River. A filly who's got a bit of quality about her for Brett Kavanagh.
Yeah, no, he's got a handy little one there, so she won't be far off winning a maiden. He was just unlucky to run into a pretty handy one in Telling here this afternoon with a nice placement from the Snowden stable, but Brett Kavanagh had a strong hand throughout the afternoon with a number of key chances, and one of those comes up. I think it's in race 4. He's got a couple there.
It's going to be worth following. Righto, we've still got 2 or 3 left to load.
Race 5.
Race 5. Somewhere between 2 and 8. In they come.
I know I've tipped a few anyway, so he's got to carry me.
Richard Friedman walks in, Racing Royalty. Duckhead blue or powder blue? I don't know. It's nice though, that shirt.
Yeah, for the hat, the hair can nearly be, mistaken for a mole.
Here we go. This is race 2 as we head upstairs with the Ben Horse for second.
Peter Snowden, Brave Knock. This Bad Boy McCoy coming forward in the favourite Climate Control, paraded well. Prepared by Jeremy Gask and Sienna Grimer in the saddle, climbing 1.5. So brings it down to 59 kilos. 270 is your favourite Climate Control. We're set at the 1280 metres, race 2. Ready to jump. Racing now. Starter caught them in a great line. Sydney off the inside left. Well, there's the favourite Climate Controller. One thing in mind, goes across and takes up the lead. Climate Control led by 2 lengths. Russians Arena second. It came the Great Armada. Sydney is over on the rail running 4th, followed by Oakfield Pee-wee, then Night Fighter. And Bad Boy McCoy is at the tail, about 6 off the lead. They head down the side with 900 metres left to go. Climate Control, a length and a half, Russians Arena. A further length and 3/4 away, third was Sydney. Then came out wide the Great Armada around Oakfield Pee-wee. Bad Boy McCoy is second last, and then on the rail last was Night Fighter. Down to the 650, Climate Control led by a length and a half, Russians Arena. Sydney third, the rail in the box seat. Oakfield Pee-wee about to go forward. Then the Great Armada put to pressure. The Night Fighter and Bad Boy McCoy. Top of the straight, 450 left to go. Climate Control rolling in the lead. Led by 2.5, Sydney. Russians Arena, Oakfield Pee-wee trying to pick up Bad Boy McCoy. And the Great Armada is out wider, but in front, Climate Control with 250 left to go. Put 3 lengths on Bad Boy McCoy. Then the Great Armada and Sydney. It's Climate Control with 150 metres left to go. Bad Boy McCoy edging back the margin. It's Climate Control in front from Bad Boy McCoy. And it is Oh, photo finish, I don't know. They're wide apart. Bad Boy McCoy will climate control in a close one. The Great Armada was next, followed by Sydney, ninth fighter. Then came Oakfield Peewee. Didn't do much first up. And Russians Arena was last.
7.
Climate control was trying to grip on for dear life. Bad Boy McCoy, who sat back in the field and came right down that centre part of the track, has lunged here to make this interesting. I don't know how many times we've said about the angle here at Muswellbrook. We often stay out. It was going to hang on for sure.
9.
Climate control.
9, 7, 6.
No, 6 will get third and 3 will be fourth. With the result, we await.
Yeah, there's nothing between that. He got a few cheap sectionals, climate control, as you'd expect, but Bad Boy McCoy's made it very interesting here. He was disappointing last start, Bad Boy McCoy, and he gets it with Anna Roper on board. That was a real Bad Boy McCoy here this afternoon, and he breaks the home track hoodoo. He had 12 goes here previously, just the 2 placings, but able to turn it around by a night.
So what happened is that 6 had the thing to win, but they didn't. The next one in line was 9, which was a 7-year-old gelding in very good management. So that 9 actually went through. The 2 did not get it, the 7 did not get it, but the 7 came in second because of the drift. And probably because of the hand. Nine, 7, 6, and 3. But you got the place, Tuna, for as an EW that 6 got through. Six, 5, 13, and 12.
So good indication. So the step up in trips most certainly suited. The trial was fantastic in the headgear, and first up the rail was out. She got back, and I thought she cut into the margin nice enough. The second horse won its next start too, so it's been a strong enough form line.
Number 9, Artistic Touch, Stephen Cole teaming up with Sammy Collett.
Got a bit keen last start. It was 3 wide. Lost it when turning. I thought it stuck on really nicely.
And the 10 rounds us out, Maserati Lady for the Tony and Matty Sears yard. Cody Collis rides but won't claim. And the gear change here is the blinkers come off.
She's on a 9-day turnaround, which is good for her because she got too keen last start, so it should take the edge off her for today.
And they're loading up here for the first at Toowoomba. My Late Mail, 6 on top, Marita from 8, 1 and 3. 6, 8, 1 and 3. Sunny disposition, the obvious danger. 1 Burley Magic and 3 Prefer to Dance, Kia.
Yeah, I got Burley Magic on top for mine. I thought he was fantastic last start. The winner sat second. He came from off speed. Loved the way he cut into the margin. He was the best through the line, and stepping out to the mile today certainly suits. That's not my numbers, just note. I've got horse number 1 on top, so the 5 is most certainly not on top. I thought that the danger was Shazla. That's a roughie. I got him for second. Horse number 7, certainly Prefer to Dance, and the Ford, not the Ford, the runner for Joycey. Not sure.
Those numbers have thrown you, haven't they?
Yeah.
6, 8, 1 and 3 for me. So I'm on Marita and just clearing up Kian's top pick, definitely.
Burley Magic
Number 1,
on
Burley
top,
Magic
the 7.
or Kian. Would have been a brave way to start with $126 pop Brave Hoshi. Here we go. All right, there you go. 1, 7, 8 and 5. All right, we better head upstairs for the call. This is the first on King of the Mountain Day here at a cold, windy and wet Toowoomba. Later off the program. Those will be the last to get ready. Last look sees Preferred to Dance tumbling into $2.40 now, in from 3. Just about ready. Right, splash away for the first. Wet and foggy conditions here. Top of the range. Clifford Park, stalls the back, they're off. Maserati Lady from the inside left the machine fast, and Brave Hoshi swiftly spearing into the picture, and also Artistic Touch was okay away into stride. And they're followed by Sunny Disposition, who's away into a prominent spot. It'll end 4th over on the fence. Marita 50 outside, trapped out there very deep out on the course though. And then came for a further dance, and also Burley Magic and land back steep on the last two off the shells. And the rear end of the field as they go to the back straight with about 1100 metres from the judge. That's front, leading the way narrowly over Brave Hoshi the outside of it. An Artistic Touch is trapped out there deep, strides forward to make a line of 3 here up front. Track forward in the race by Marita, and they're followed by Sunny Disposition, who's over on the inside. Preferred and Dances there in the centre. Shells is taking off, and Burley Magic is relegated to be last of all over on the inside, about 7 lengths back off the speed. With 800 metres from the judge, it's now Artistic Touch who kicked to the lead. Artistic Touch in front, coming down the side of the track. And in front by 2 lengths now over Maserati Lady, and also Brave Hoshi the outside. Marita's still there to 4th. Followed by Shelza, and then came Preferred Dance. He's just been put off the bit, and Burley Magic's out deep. 2 off to Sunny Disposition, who's labouring at the tail end of the field as they come down the side of the track. So on the bend, with about 400 metres now from the judge, out wide circling upon them, that'll be Burley Magic going up with Marita. Brave Hoshi's over on the inside. It's 3rd. Shelza's running on right around the outside. So homeward bound Burley Magic in front. Marita sticking right with it. Shelza gets up to 3rd, but it's Burley Magic in front with 100 metres left to go, racing away. The top weight zone, Burley Magic is going to absolutely demolish these and win easy. Burley Magic beating over Marita. Shells are 3rd, and they're followed by Preferred to Dance. Well back in the field to Artistic Touch, and then came Maserati Lady and also Brave Hoshi. And Sunny Disposition at the tail end of the field at about 144 and 8.
1, 6, 7 and 3, and similar to his run last start, he just sat out the back. Kyle just let him slip around horses on his own accord. That's what you want to do at Toowoomba too. It's a sweeping track, and he has absolutely eaten up the mile. $5.60, $1.60. Marita had a bit of a tough trip in transit, but similar to Burley Magic, all the same. Grabs 2nd, probably wants a bit further. Joycey Shazla grabs 3rd. How good? And then the 3, Preferred to Dance, was your 4th number.
Absolutely, Count. Great start of the day for you. Burley Magic on top, and your roughie has run 3rd at any old price. So hopefully the punters have got out that the blocks are running. They just obviously overcooked it up front there. A lot of horses hit the wall at about the 600 metre mark, and they were gone. They've come in huge gaps, but we're also on a deteriorating heavy track. So you're probably going to get big spreads in margins today. But no doubt about the winner, Burley Magic. You are counting your money at the 4.
Right, this is the 3rd one. It's a maiden race. And if you look through the odds, that's 6, 5, 13 and 12. If you look through the rails, that 6 comes on top. 6, 5, 13 and 12. Where is 5? 6, 5, 13 and 12. Okay. Now, again, that is the largest drift. This thing is not in a... This thing is a second horse pool, probably. Here, that's 7. One of the largest drift will go through. You need also the hand. This one was not there, but the 7 was a favorite, and it got through second. The advantage was more here, but the 4 did not do anything. I stayed out of this, and I would advise everybody to stay out. So now this one here, if we again look through if we consider this thing is not there, then the linear becomes 12. 9 becomes the EW, right? So 9 is a check. They're like that. And the management is good on this one, but they're drifting out. 12 is in good hands. 12 is in good hands. Okay. And that is, if this was not there, this becomes the linear. There are no linears in this race. Technically, there are no linears. This thing is handicapped, but it is on the positive side. It's not on the linear side. But it should have been on the linear side. It's a 1280. That is a problem. Now the other problem is this Mr. Number 1, which is a 6-year-old gelding. It's a torque, and it has a 86% downdrift, which essentially means two things. One, they're absolutely disastrous in terms of management, or they only win on specific races when that race is rigged. Now we've been measuring this JDL. If we look through the JDL, that's a number that is weird. It's not in tandem with any other number. The smallest is 3, which has a very good jockey and is ideally in good hands also, but it is nowhere within any other functions. And the largest one is this number 1. Now, what exactly are we trying to measure through JDL is, this was a little blurry till yesterday, and not yesterday, till the last Sandown races that we did, and then I kind of tried and matched it with the data of Flemington and Randwick. And this generally is a number that, I mean, what are we trying to do with this number? What exactly JDL does is, let's say there are horses running, and some of the horses, they do not have the sectional timing. All right. Some of the horses that do not have sectional timing, it's a deep dive. It's a lot of things that needs to be discussed, and this is probably not the place, not the time to do this. But what this means is, this has been given advantage. What this means is this thing has been given a lot of advantage out of all the horses that are there. It's an unmatched number on number 1, which is here after the favorite. So you look at the favorite and you look at this number. So there is no match between these two numbers. The 12 should ideally win. Now this is a rig number. All right, this is a rig number. This is a rig number. This thing is not a normal number. This is an artificial number. This thing has been made up like that. These are normal numbers. These are organic numbers. This is not an organic number. This is an artificial number which has been made like that. So, ideally, 12 should win. It's in good hand. But that's the problem of this race. If we go with 1, that's a gamble. I don't want to do that because they are 86% downdrift. And I do not advise anyone to gamble. You need to wait for the right opening. One race probably will get a right opening, and that's when, it is ideal to go. But what we are expecting is that the 12 will win. But let's say if all of them all of a sudden loses momentum, which probably might happen, the 1 will go through. But that's an assumption. They are in a never winning state. They are in a never winning state. So I am not going to go with 1. 12, I have a feeling that 12 is going to win. But with this, I will not go with it. And I will not advise anyone to get into it. These races are not the greatest, not the best. I just, at times, I kind of wish that we get some good races and we do some good racing, genuine racing, But we are dealing with a subject which has these kind of circumstances, and under these kind of circumstances, I like to step out. Out.
Set it up for something just to stalk them and try and get over the top.
Quite possibly. It is only 900 metres, so you won't be able to take too much time getting into a position if you're looking to settle in the second half. But sometimes here at Wellington, you look towards those leading horses and the field breaks up a little bit, and horses that have drawn wide can slot into good positions as they come down the hill. But no, look, I think it's an interesting race. I think the favourite deserves to be short in Bolo Miss, but into $1.80 now, punters certainly like her.
And just hearing that there's a late scratching, number 4, Monty Road, is out. So the second favourite, Monty Road, is a late scratching at the gates. So how does that leave your numbers? I know you had it on top.
Yeah, my numbers are 3, 10 and 11, putting Bolo Miss on top. She's been very good, hasn't she, in her 2 race starts. And into $1.90, the even shorter in a moment when the horse comes out of the market, which it already has, by the looks of things, into $1.65.
All right, let's head up to call. Looks like there's only 3 or 4 left to load. Yep, with that second favourite out, $1.65 now about Bolo Road. Your second favourite is the 10. Look across the water at $5 his call.
These people are Paddock Profits. Banners, Brett Thompson, and Matthew Pearce, respectively. So that's the first 2 winners today, Byron's Farmer, Paddock Profit. We've got a couple to come in. Thanks very much, Mercedes Howard on the National Racing Service. We also
Lewis 11.
just lost a picture of an update. But earlier on there was Barlow missed a favourite at Money Road, but Money Road's a late stretching now, so Barlow missed is going to come into pretty short odds, I'd imagine. After the late scratching here of Monty Road. Now, Mask Lisco come up. Sunday Skews, they put the blindfold on it, but it's not very happy about the situation. Stromness kept on the move behind them from the successful Chronic Greek stable, drawn the outside Stromness. Oh, $1.70 fixed odds now. So it's come right in now. Barlow miss $1.70. Cost of water around about $5. Okay, we had that late scratching at the barriers here of Monty Road, and looks as though there's one to come in here, two to come in, Mask Listo, and also Stromness, the other one still to move in. So Twining Class inside. The fire inside is still out there in the barriers as she's standing right in for Gunner Wood. She's got a lot of wind too for Gunner Wood stable as she's standing. She's riding very well in back. Now Stromness moves up on the outside. Those are just joined in the late scratching Swanky Road. So, blue light, red light now. Red light's on now. We have to go here. Racing now. Sunday Scary's won the start. The fire inside. Look across the water. Twining fast fourth and best defence. Stromness goes around and if Barlow missed, has got into an awkward spot. Back about seventh. Mask Listo goes around. Long break back in to Inquisitrix and Good Time Nelly is around about 15 lengths off last. As they come down the side and Sunday Scary looks, it's a leader by about 3/4 now. Look across the water goes up. The fire inside, coming around them there was best defence in a hurry. Further back then came Stromness and Barlow missed, looking for it to the outside now. Stone to put in the stride now. Barlow misses after Sunday Scary. Barlow miss bounded up on the outside. Look across the water, is battling away. But Barlow Miss is drawing away now, and Barlow Miss went home to win. Would go for second. Twining Class was rattling home over on the fence. Sunday Scaries. Just behind them, with best defence out wide. Mask Sisto was pretty close up. And into the fire was over on the rail fire, then by Inquisitrix. Then came Good Time Nelly and Stromness.
M.A. Carl winds the clock back with an absolute peach aboard Barlow Miss, paid $1.60 and $1.04. She had a bid on them, and she's a pretty promising type. Just having a look there for the minors. Sunday Scaries is there, and so's the 2. I fancy maybe it will be Sunday Scaries second, just ahead of Twining Class, and then the 10 Look Across the Water in fourth. But you were on pretty good terms with yourself a long way from home there once he was able to get her in off the fence there and into a stalking position. Yeah. You knew she was going to be strong.
Exactly. She was just trucking up into it nicely under her own steam. Matthew Carl brought her to the outside and she's let down appreciably. She looks like she's got a really nice future ahead of her. She looks very progressive.
All right, we'll send those official numbers down the line, but no doubt about the winner, number 3, Barlow Miss in race number 3. We need to get to Muswellbrook to Gavin Belinda for the third there.
Race number 3 this afternoon here from Muswellbrook. We've got a $50,000 Super Maiden Plate coming up over the 1,280 metres. So we have a look at them, starting off with Hoku, number 1, Dan Northey on board for Les Roberts.
He's holding his condition nicely, but he's hard to make the case for. I would have been hoping to see the rain for him, which we haven't got as yet.
2 is out on the 3, Jusic we go for Justin Bowen and Aaron Bullock.
Local galloper, he's had the 8 goes yet to really make an impression. He's a nice enough style of horse, but he would need to improve to travel a couple high in the market.
The stablemate for Justin is Newlander, lining up at start 4, right at Grant Buckley.
You have less convictions with just the 3 race starts. We're stepping back in trip from the 1,500 to the 1,280. Looks well enough, but hard to make a case for.
One of the key fancies here, region number 5, first up for Gerald Ryan, Sterling Alexio and Reece Jones.
Yeah, I'm with him today, hoping he can overcome the barrier. He's a beautiful gelding to look at by Magna Gracia. He's had the 1 race start where he was disappointing, but was the beneficiary of good market support due to the trials that he had. They tipped him out. He's had tie back surgery, a gelding operation. He's trialled up beautifully. If he brings that here, he's the one to beat.
Now, the other one right in the market, too, Sheriff Star, is the 6 for Richard and Will Friedman and Alicia Collett.
He's certainly more experienced than his next best in the market, but he's a nice enough type. I thought he was quite good 2 and 3 back, and last start he wanted to overdo things over the 1400 metre trip, and it saw him without a finish. He's back in trip today. Let's hope they roll along for him. If they do, he can definitely bounce back.
Number 7 is the big ticket for Paul Perry and Anna Roper.
At the 11 goes, yet to really figure. There's not a whole lot of him. Oh, sorry, he's out of order. There's not a whole lot of him. He's on the side of the pony. He looks fair.
Number 8, yeah, mate, third run into the prep for Chrissy Simpkins and Sienna Grimer.
Yeah, another one that's yet to really turn up race day. You can make genuine excuses for the first start run where he was beaten 11, had heat stress, but backed up with a worse performance, beaten 12 its next start, so would need to improve.
Number 9, yes, Kiss, Wayne Sealand combining with Tegan Warsnop.
I think he maybe the better surface here this afternoon. Can see her turn things back around. I thought she was really good too back at Wyong on the good 4, and disappointing last start on the heavy. A nice, holding condition nicely, but has a little bit of improvement to come in that coat.
Number 9 is Yes Kiss for Wayne Sealand. Sorry, we'll go to the 10. Brutal Elegance. We can look at it twice if you like. Brutal Elegance, though, is a debutante. Brandon Van Leisham, Rob Archibald, and Heavy Van Over.
A lovely type, this filly by Brutals. Had the 4 trials. The first 2 were for Brett Kavanagh, and the first 3 were quite disappointing, but the most recent was the best of them, where she was beaten around 2.5 lengths. So if she runs up to her look, she could be a place chance for the inside gate.
Another first timer is 11 Delta for Kieran Marr and Keegan Latham.
Well prepared, had the 5 trials. This filly by Dunteal. The trials and her breeding suggests that this is a start point for her.
Kowloon Princess, number 12, is a stablemate of Brutal Elegance for Annabelle Neesham, Rob Archibald and JVO.
I think the extra strip and the long running could help her this afternoon. She's going to have the 2 race starts. I like the way she closed off last start. That was a fact.
Now we go to Mare de Paris, number 13, first starter, Kieran Marr, Mitchell Bell.
It's on debut. She just had the 1 trial where it was really hard to get a guide. She pretty much was beaten 6 lengths but never left off the bridle, back in the field and back towards the inside. I'm confident she's capable of showing something here.
TikTok is the last of them having start 2. Down the bottom, Michelle Small riding for Rod Northern.
One that can possibly improve somewhat up in trip. She had the 1 run at double over the 1100 where she was restrained back in the field and left a bit flat-footed when the sprint went on.
Favourite here, Sheriff Star, into 220 and 270 for Region, sitting on the second line of betting, and they've cleared right out in the market. Region first up for Gerald Ryan and Sterling Alexia. Gerald's here today and is over there now with Belinda.
Well, looks you're just going back in, but what do you make of his debut run last prep?
Oh, it was wet track. He was a Colby and mine on other things, and he wouldn't drive. He wouldn't go. You know? So turned him out, Geraldine come back, and he had a trial, or almost got to a trial and started making noise. So we turned him out, operated on him and turned him out. He's come back really well, actually.
The trials have been really nice. Has he shown you a bit at home?
Shown us a bit at home, but not that speed. He showed us more at home. He'd probably be better at 1,600 metres, but his jump out prior to trial, and well, he showed good speed. So I'm not saying he'll jump and lead today, but he'll be in the first 4, hopefully.
Can't come up a trip with the gates. He comes up with the outside, and Grabini draws wide in the cup later. But the first run from him was really encouraging, the Newcastle stats.
Yeah, no, he went terrific first up, and always preferred to draw a wider barrier. He's a big horse, stretchy horse, big strider, and he needs room. Looks to be good speed in the race, so I imagine he'll get back midfield, a bit beyond, but he'll be very strong late. His first up run was good, his second up stats were very good, and firm ground underneath him will help him.
Good luck, good both.
Okay, thanks.
There's Gerald Ryan speaking about Region, second leg, so favourite into 210 now, so 240 to 220 down to 210 Sheriff Star. As Region goes 250 to 280 down to Mare de Paris, who is at an $11 quote. Been solid enough, and 15's about Brutal Elegance, the second of the Annabelle and Rob Archibald debutantes here. In fact, Kowloon Princess is the other one. Has been to the races twice. Brutal Elegance is on debut. Off to the gates they go, 4 minutes out. Over the 12:80 race for late mail time.
Yeah, 5, 6, 13, 10. I'm keen on Region. I'm hoping that they do fire across from the gate, and he does have the speed to overcome the barrier, because he's an absolute crack to look at. He's shown that he's had plenty of ability in the trials. I was happy enough to completely draw a line through his first race start. I think the fact that he'd received some good market support on that occasion suggests that he has some kind of ability prior to that, and he's an absolute crack to look at. The danger has to be Sheriff Star, head and shoulders above the rest. He's been really good all prep until last start where he wanted to overdo things, but he comes somewhat back in trip here this afternoon. That should only help his chances, and he's probably one of the more experienced gallopers of the field. Mare de Paris has trialled up quite well under a hole. Be interested to see what she finds when they press the button. And Brutal Elegance, another one that really caught my eye in the yard, drawn nicely here this afternoon, and we're well prepared with the 4 trials under the belt, 5, 6, 13, 10.
Gee, that race has picked up.
I know.
It's picked up well and truly. And they seem to be wanting to get off the fence here as they did at the last meeting. So that might be the state of play for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, and I can pretty well guarantee that if we get a drop of range, that will exacerbate that even further. But we did see horses come down towards the middle of the track in the previous race. That second and third flew down there and looked to be in probably what looked to be better going. So it's going to be interesting to keep an eye on it throughout the afternoon. We are on a good form, but you could really noticeably see that kicking up a bit of dirt back towards the inside.
Sheriff Stars had the 7 goes for 3 minor placings, including being the runner-up at Canberra before going to Wyong and then finishing 3.6 lengths further astern behind Temptation there at Goulburn over the 1,400 metres. So comes back a little bit in trip here. The other one, Regions, only had the 1 start. As Gerald said, struck a pretty heavy track there at Kembla Grange, tipped out. He looks to have come back. A nice horse, this preparation.
Yeah, and looking at him, he wouldn't have gotten through it. He's a really big, heavy set type, so he finds himself on a much better surface here this afternoon. I thought the trials have been really encouraging. He had one, obviously, prior to that thorough operation that tipped him back out. He's had the 3 to go this prep, so kicking off this prep over the 1280 should be no issue. He looked well and truly forward enough in the yard and forward enough in the recent trials.
$1.20 favourite won the first in Telling, and the second race taken out by Bad Boy McCoy, who arrived literally in the nick of time to down the favourite Climate Control.
Yeah, I think some smart punters would have got a bit of money out of him too. He opened up much longer odds than what he originally jumped out, and did cop a bit of support throughout the morning.
Okay, running process about to commence here as they mill around behind the start. Late mail numbers 5, 6, 13 and 10. So into odds on now. Sheriff Star, 240 into 195. The other one goes to 290 Region. And there is still a major gap out the big third line of betting occupied by Mare de Paris, who has gone 10 out to $15. But Money Horse into odds on Sheriff Star.
Yeah, Will's a better go past me, and he's been doing a good job prior to last start, so let's hope he just switches off in the mid stages, and if he does, he has that nice long run into
All eyes on the sky in relation to Rosehill tomorrow and the big Provincial Midway Championship wildcard at Wyong, and also eyes on Queensland as well, with racing up there in Brisbane with wet weather forecast to hit everywhere. Anyway, the wind picks up here. Goodness me. Upstairs we go. Here's race 3 as we go to bed.
Really beat the 3.7 there, but form before that was pretty good. Regions trialled up nicely, number 5. Was beaten well and truly on a heavy 9 first start in a race, but his trial suggests he'll be very competitive here, Region, if he gets some luck from the outside gate. And Hoku's to come forward. So Hoku's got a white cap on. Region, the rider with a black cap, Reece Jones. Here's Mare de Paris about to come forward. So Mare de Paris drawn out wide, and Region's drawn the extreme outside gate. Sheriff Star best backed and favourite, just getting out back to $2 now. So 1,280 metres. Brutal Elegance has the advantage of the inside gate. Heavy Vanderhoven on board. So Mare de Paris goes in, and here's Region. The Super Maiden about to get underway, race number 3. 190, Sheriff Star. Sure favourite to win. Here's the second line coming forward, Region. Stop this afternoon. Goes forward now. We are set for action. Line will be on shortly. Move it out wide. There goes the red light. Racing. The big ticket began brilliantly. Rushes straight to the early leader. Brutal Elegance not far away with Yes Kiss, Kowloon Princess and Region pushing forward from out wider. Then came Yeah Mate, followed next by next in the field there was Newlander as they go around the first turner. They were followed by Deld and Juicy over racing nearer the inside. Then Sheriff Star, favourite back fourth last. They were followed by, next on the outside there was Hoku, and a couple lengths away there at the tail of the field is Mare the Pari down the side of the track, and Tok's about midfield 3 wide. The Big Ticket in front down the side from Region in second, and down the outside Newlander. Then came Yeah Mate, followed by Kowloon Princess, Brutal Elegance on the inside. Then Delt, Tok, followed by Jusic, Sheriff Star a mile back. Then came followed by Yes Kiss, Hoku second last, and Bear Pari is last of all. The Big Ticket led at the top of the straight, 2 lengths Region, who looms up on the outside. Then came Brutal Elegance and Kowloon Princess to the outside. Sheriff Star gets right to the middle of the track, Region on the outside of the Big Ticket. Then Kowloon Princess, Delt and Sheriff Star now starts to pick up on the outside. Sheriff Star swept up at the 100, grabbed the front from Delt, who fights back on the inside. Sheriff Star and Delt hitting the line, and Delt might have just beaten Sheriff Star. Third, they were lined up. Mare Pari's come from way back in the field to be in a photo there with Region, and also there was Brutal Elegance nearer the rail. They were followed by the Big Ticket, and then came Hoku, followed in by Tok, then came further back to Kowloon Princess, Yes Kiss, Yeah Mate, Newlander, and Jusic was the last one in.
Well, she'd had a string of trials over a few preparations, but saved for today and dealt at big odds. It was the last time you saw a Kieran Marvels at $36 at Muswellbrook. $36.40 and $7.30 will defeat Sheriff Star with nothing went right, including the result. Was slow out, seemed to get tightened up between horses, and then got to the outside, looked home, and dealt. Will get up underneath of Sheriff Star to win. Region's run an honest race up on speed, so 11, 6 and 5. There's one at a big price.
Yeah, well, just when Sheriff Star looked home, I think 1 and 2 found the right part of the track there. They did come together at one stage, and as soon as Sheriff Star copped the bump, it was all over from there. But Delt has had the 5 trial, just the one to speak of this preparation, where the Done Deal filly was beaten by around 11 lengths. It suggested she wanted further, but she's done a great job to get win 1 on the board at start number 1 here over the 1280.
So by Done Deal, she's bred to get out over a trip in time out of a Blasted Rock mare. Written today by Keegan Latham, will defeat Sheriff Star, and Region winds up in 3rd spot as the winner comes back, just awaiting that 4th number here. Gee, it was a hard watch if you're on the 2nd horse.
Yeah, it was a messy run race, wasn't it? There was obviously a big field, a few punch forward, and then the speed really dropped down.
It wasn't messy. You made it messy.
Billy was happy to settle and brought me up to the right part of the track, and I think that made all the difference. That worse than halfway, I think it's supposed to be.
Okay, 11.65, so that 4th number to come on race 3 from Muswellbrook.
Race 2 at Toowoomba, a benchmark 65 handicap over the 1625 metres. Cape Crusader. First horse right to look at, Joycey and favourite. Courtney Bellamy takes off 3 for the Sears.
Well, actually beats Earl of Devon slightly better at the weights for beating that.
So what happened? If we look through the rails, that did not happen. None of them got through. 11 got through. This thing has no races. Okay. This thing has no races, but had a good jockey. On that. The best jockey was on 3. That did not happen. 11. 6 was a drift number, so this is like 2nd horseshoe. But surprisingly, none of the horses that should have gotten in has gotten in. The 12 did not get in. 9 did not get in. They spoke about the 10. This was with this was in a very good hand. This did not get in. So the one that actually got in was below that. $552. Red. Smallest 3 and 11. But that was an organic number. Eleven, 6, 5, and 13. So 11, 6 with the drift. 11 with that. 5 is the next. And where is the 13? 13. Nobody has any clue why 13 got in. Probably just tailed. Four, 6, 12, and 5.
In class 4. She was just beaten on that occasion with the rail at 9, and she gave him a really big head start. A little bit second up syndrome here last start, albeit she was looking for further, gets that third up, so I think well placed here. I thought the 8 was a danger in Benfica Lass, racing well. The 3 for Kevin Kemping, who ordered to Fitch, has the fitness on its side, gets another home game, big thereabouts, loves the towing. And then Cape Crusader sat midfield, good win off a nice ride last start, just needs to repeat that. 5, 8, 3 and 1.
Let's get to the caller. Race number 2 at Toowoomba. We've been downgraded to a heavy 9, and that is Fog.
As the infamous Toowoomba Fog is atop the range for the second race on King of the Mountain Day. And that is who ordered the fish on the screen. It's about to come forward. That should be just about there. So we're just about set and ready to go. This is Toowoomba Race 2. It's another runner. That's Jamaican Me Crazy. Now, Jamaican Me Crazy and also Benfica Lass look very much alike with those colours, but Jamaican Me Crazy has a white set of legs. Now, the lights go on. We're set and ready to go. This is Toowoomba Race 2, and the gates are back, and they're off and running. Now, Cape Crusader from the inside won the start. It went forward to obtain the lead. Working forward into second position there was Onomatopoeia and also Earl of Devon, who was okay away into stride after the first couple of 100 metres of this race, followed then by Earl of Devon, who's now drifting back in the race, and who ordered the fish will be one of the last runners, Fast Ladies, just in advance there a bit. So along the back straight they go, and they should be at about the 1200.
That was
kick to the lead. But the second position was Jamaican Me Crazy, and they're followed by Onomatopoeia, the lens third. Cape Crusader is over on the inside, and they're followed by Benfica Lass towards the outside.
There's fog there.
Back the race, and also who ordered the fishes last of all. So
there's fog.
Still Earl of Devon in front over Jamaican Me Crazy. Onomatopoeia is still third up on the outside, and they're followed by Cape Crusader, who ordered the fishes next. And racing together there at the tail end of the field there was Fast Lady. And there's another runner there together there with it. I think it was Benfica Lass. So coming up the side. And they've got about 400 metres from the judge. In fact, they should be coming towards the home turn here. And sweeping upon them was who ordered the fish to kick to the lead. Onomatopoeia. And also Fast Lady races next. And then came Earl of Devon. Benfica Lass is running on, but it's who ordered the fish.
They needed fog lights today.
It's coming away
on the horses.
Out of the gloom, it heads and sprints away to win it by 7 lengths. Who ordered the fish? Beats home Fast Lady. And third was Benfica Lass. Onomatopoeia, Cape Crusader with Earl of Devon and Jamaican Me Crazy at the tail end of the field.
Okay, so this is the fourth one, 1,000 meter. Now, if we look at the odds, 4, 6, 12, and 5, 4 will win. 4 is the favorite. 4, 6, 12, and 5. Okay. So if we look through the rails, that 4 is here. No support, nothing on that. The one which actually is the linear is within the rails. But that's not a strong number. To win 1,000 meter, that's not a strong number. Though the pressure is all right on that horse, but that is not a great number to look at. So the chances that might happen, that whether it is a great number or not, since it is a linear on 1,000 meter, the 6 might win, but they are drifting. It's not a great team. The one which is one of the best team is 5, which has advantage through the rails. It also has a good jockey. The other one is 10, which is probably the best hands in this race. That's number 10. 14 is moderately okay with an outer drift. So if we try to get what might happen? I doubt that the 6 is going to win. I doubt. I have doubts. Firstly, it's not a strong linear. Secondly, it's not a great team. So though it is a linear, I mean, out of all this circus, the linears are linears. It's a good horse, but it's not a strong linear. This thing can be challenged and can be challenged hard. That's the only one within the rails, okay? That's the only one which is within the rails. This means it has physics. It also has advantage. So that's that. But will it win is a doubtful question, because it's a linear. Ideally, linears are the winners. But it's not a strong linear. We needed half of that number. It's just double. It's just double. We needed at least 250, 260 on those lines, but this is double. If we look through the Jedi, which is the rig model, so the 4 is the second one. Okay, the 4 is the second one. There's an advantage with this one, which is 3. Gate number 6. And this is gate number 5. That's the largest outer drift. This is the linear. That's probably this is if it plays right. I mean, I don't want to play here, but uh, it's this is not great. This is not great. This is not great. They are all in disastrous positions. I'll be out. Chances are 6-3. If they know the arithmetic of this track and they play fair, then it should be 6-3. First, second, and then probably 4. Or maybe 5 for that matter, because that's in better hand. And that's the second linear. But the 3 is there. Six, 3, 5. 5 has the rails, so probably 6-3-5. Probably 6-3-5. Six, 3, 5. And maybe this thing will get in because of that. Six, 3, 4. 6, 3, 4 and 5. 6, 3, 5. 6, 3. But 6 should win. 6 should win. And 3 should get in. Lewis, I'm going to be out. Five Wellington.
Second up from the break today with that run under the belt at the 2000 there first up. Back to country grade, he can improve. The 3 Shadow Shot just needs a bit of luck. He's to get back tight, but does have good ability, and I put Yak in for 4th, the tough old campaigner. 1, 5, 3 and 6. Looks like there's only a couple left to load over the 2400 metre starting point. They'll do 1 full lap after they reach the winning post the first time. Here's Colin.
Yak, I think he's had 70 odd starts. He's won 6 races. He's played 23 times. Just over $200,000 prize money. He's a 9-year-old, but the only thing he'd like better than 11 3/4 of Wellington racetrack is about 7 laps and still be going the same pace when he completed them. Now, Matilda Warrior goes up, and they're almost set to go. The Iron Horse, sponsored by Over the Line Racing, starting in the back straight, and we stand by. Now to Sam Fitzgerald, about to release them for their 2400 metre journey. Racing, Nature Boy, Yak both began well. Moon Thunder, they're in a line of 4 early. Your Own Choice is back on the outside of through, followed by McCullough Warrior, then Shadow Shot. And last of all with Salma Her, so Nature Boy, he's a natural front runner, and he races towards the 600 metre point the first time, out by a length and a half. The Yak You Love Her was next. Those 3 have got away about 5 lengths from a Moon Thunder. Then came the Oro Choice through. There's another half a dozen lengths from McCullough Warrior. Shadow Shot's a long way off them, second last. And Salma Her at the tail. Nature Boy leads around the home turn the first time. 2.5 lengths on Yak You Love Her. And Moon Thunder goes up on its outside. Dioro Choice is following Moon Thunder forward. Through's having an economical run over on the rails. Then McCall the Warrior. Long break back to Shadow Shot and Salmaher. Down past the winning post, and they've got just over short of a circuit to go of Wellington, and in other words, about 1,400 metres to travel. And Nature Boy bowling along in front, 3.5 lengths now on Yak. In third place, You Love Her. Moon Thunder is covering up through. Dioro Choice, and then came McCall the Warrior, Shadow Shot and Salma Her, being urged along to go up on the outside, or the inside now of Shadow Shot. So down the back they go, and they've got about 950 left to go. And out by 3 lengths is Nature Boy. In second place, Yak, followed by You Love Her, then Moon Thunder. Through with next Dioro Choice. Followed then by Salma Her. Shadow Shot's got back to last now. It's going to have to make up a lot of ground. The Calder Warrior was third last. Nature Boy been doing it well in front from the outset. Goes past the 600 metres, out by 2 lengths. Going up now, Dioro Choice is starting to make ground, and Moon Thunder, Yak drops in behind them. Through to the outside, followed by You Love Her. The next one, the Calder Warrior, a long way back then to Salma Her. And Shadow Shot by just got a lot of ground to make up. They come up around the home turn. And Dioro Choice shot away here. Been a clever ride. Out by 3 or 4 lengths to through. Then a Moon Thunder and Yak. But Dioro Choice has got a big break here. It's out by 4 lengths. Running home well was through it. Oh, Yak's getting another go on. But Dioro Choice has won clearly from through. Yak, another game run. Good break back for You Love Her, and a photo for fourth with Shadow Shot, who got a long, long way back. Moon Thunder was next, then followed in there. Oh, there's one come down after the post, Shadow Shot and the Calder Warrior. Both those, and both the jockeys are on the turf. Righto, so the one has stumbled. Just having a look, and hopefully the horses are all right here. No, 2 riderless horses. One must have just stumbled, I think. And the jockeys are off. The Calder Warrior, the jockeys on the feet, and Dylan Stanley on Shadow Shot is laying on the turf at the moment.
All right, that's a bit of a sad aftermath to the race there. Of course, Dioro Choice wins the race, 1, 5, 6 and 2, I think will be the numbers, but we've got 2 loose horses here. It looks like the 3 Shadow Shot and maybe McCall Warrior, but the ambulance is there. There are jockeys running everywhere trying to get these horses under control. We'll stick with the race, Mick. Obviously our thoughts are out on the track with those riders. But 1, 5, 6, 2, the numbers. Dioro Choice wins the Iron Horse, but the mood's flat.
Yeah, exactly right. So great ride. Dioro Choice much too good. They went along at a very good tempo. Dioro Choice got into that nice spot midfield, got going at the right time, was able to build up a decent lead at the top of the straight. It's the best way to ride Wellington, and has gone on for a strong victory. Carried the weight quite well, and that was a good performance and well tipped by you. You've seen them well today.
Yeah, look, small mercies. Well, I mean, we're just looking out on the track. What I can tell you is that the rider of McCall Warrior, Jordan Quince, is up. Dylan Stanley is being tended to by the ambulance officers, and our thoughts and prayers are with Dylan, his family and friends at the moment. Hopefully there's some good news to come from over there, but we'll go and have a quick chat to Clayton Gallagher. Alison Smith went running out onto the track, obviously the winning trainer. We won't bother Alison for an interview. She's just got back from out on the track, so we'll leave her to have that conversation. She's done a great job with this horse. And he hasn't won for a while, Dioro Choice, but he's just been so consistent throughout his preparation. Clayton Gallagher's just having a chat to Alison now, still sort of panning over to that area, just at the exit of the home straight down at the bottom turn. We might let Clayton go, actually. No, he's going to make his way across. He's going to get Clayton over, mate. Obviously, there's a bit playing out there on the track, but a great ride by you, and you knew you had a fit horse under you there, and he was tough.
Yeah, like I said, Allison, I probably rode him a little bit different last start. I thought I'd ride him a little bit trickier, try and track the field through, and it just didn't quite suit. He didn't let down as well as he did. So up in distance, I was never concerned because he had a big one bat stay about him, and he was always going to run the trip.
Mate, well done. I'll let you get to it.
Thanks. 1, 5, 6 and 2 are the numbers across the line here on our feature event. Race number 4 here at Wellington, the Iron Horse, and we'll bring you up to date with any information that comes to hand with the fallen riders.
It's true because we're running out of time. Oh. You just a big fucking smile that girl is born.
Welcome back to Sky Thoroughbred Central. We're up to race number 4 on the program. A showcase class 2 over the 1,000 metres. Britsun 360 favourite. Merchant Gold at 460. And on his speed there at 550. The other pair in single figures, Zampano and Leader the Moon at 750 and 9 respectively. Head of the 4th event as we have a look on the starting off with Sabuco. These days tracked by Larry Fairhall and to be ridden by Keegan Latham.
He's had the 3 runs back, where he's been a bit below par over the short courses. I just wonder whether he's looking for a soft track, which I hope for him today. It hasn't come yet, but I can tell you he looks terrific.
Number 2 is Oakfield Trying. First up for Cindy Kane and Aaron Boy.
Naylor looks absolutely sensational. He's trialled up well coming into this. He has only won 1 race from his 16 starts, and that was around 900 days ago, so that's concerning. But on trials and looks, you can make caps for him.
Down to number 3, we go to Mulbada. First up, Cameron Crockett and Jonathan Dillon.
Kicks off in a new stable this preparation, formerly Rick Truly's a beta. It's really well. here this afternoon. He generally goes to fire first out, and he may be just a touch further, but he could be in for a good preparation.
On we go to Ritson, riding the market number 4 for Scott Singleton and Christian Reeves.
Awful gate to overcome, but he's a horse blessed with stacks of ability. Last start he was off the back of an 8-week freshen, and he moved as though he was going to go on with it on the heavy 10 surface, and just whether that heavy 10 and the space between runs got to him over the concluding stages, he'll be fitter for that. He looks an absolute picture in the mounting yard, and he gets a nice drop in the weight, so I can see why there's been good market support for him.
On to the 5, we go to Pano for Melissa Dennett and Mitchell Bell.
First up, after having surgery for epiglottic entrapment, so he can bounce back in a big way here this afternoon. He's promised a stack of ability. He is another one that has to overcome a wide gate. I will say he is a horse that hasn't grown a whole lot since his 2-year-old preparation.
Number 6 then is Merchant Gold for Brett Kavanagh and Brave Knock.
Another one with a bit of a space between runs, around 6 weeks, and coming back in from the 1400 to the 1000. But just where Cav has placed him throughout his career suggests that the stable have a lot of confidence in the galloper. He looks terrific, and if he's sharp enough, he can run a cheeky race here.
Mr. Trackside is the last start winner, number 7 for Paul Perry and Alicia Collin.
Yeah, it should be a nice confidence building win from him. He's only had the 2 wins from the 20 starts, but he's holding his condition beautifully.
He survived a protest when he won here at the last meeting. Anyway, on to 8, Sneaky Sophia, Damien Lane and Anna Roper.
Yeah, she's another one that has plenty of upside. She was great to him first up at provincial grade, and they took her to town. He had genuine excuses. She looks to have really bounced back from that. I thought she might walk in a bit big, but she's well and truly up to the mark in the yard.
9 is out. We move to 10, Lean to the Moon, Ange Davies and Andrew Gibbons.
Another one that's trialled nicely coming into this preparation. She really shown us that the ability was there at the end of last prep. She looks well and truly on song to run a cracker here first up.
Won't miss those colours in the run. On to Strand Care, we go the 11, Brett Kavanagh and Ben Booker combined.
Just never got on the track here last start off the back of a 6-week freshen. Prior to that, he absolutely bolted in at the home track. He's one of the best looking gallopers you'll see on a race course.
His speed then is number 12, Toby Crazy Grant Buckley.
Yeah, aptly named. She's very fast, and she ran them ragged 2 back at Dubbo, and then she was slow away, which isn't like her last start in highway company at Randwick. She's drawn wide and meets a pretty quality field here this afternoon, but she's better than what we saw last start.
Now we go to Sapphire Kiss on the pony, number 13, Wayne Steele and Reece Jones.
Yeah, 9 weeks between runs and no trial to speak of. One I'm happy to have a look at today.
On to Negation then, we go number 14, Cameron Crocker, Chelsea Hillier.
Yeah, I thought she was great here first start, where she gave a good quick kick and was only narrowly defeated by super impressive. Drawn wide, and this may be a touch stronger, but I like the way she's going.
And Parminio down the bottom for Carlos Antonio and Sienna Grimer.
Yeah, the heavy track really marred his chances last start. Prior to that was good in a moderate 58 at Tamworth, so whether he finds this a touch strong, but it's a home track advantage.
5 3/4 minutes out from the 4th event over the 1,000 metres. So Britson having run number 5 this preparation as they head off to the gates. Earlier today, 360 just tightens up a fraction into 340. Second elect is Merchant Gold, who goes 480 to 550 down to only speed number 12, $6 chance. The other pair at $9 was Empano, who's out a 1.5 and Lean to the Moon that kept pretty safe at around that 950 quote. Sneaky Sophia best of the others at $11, so really no significant market moves as of yet. Ritson though is the favourite, building by Sebring Sun, lining up at his 7th start for Scott Singleton, who is now with Belinda.
They put 2 wins together, first and second time at the races. This preparation, he's been around the mark without winning. He was off the back of an 8-week freshen leading into last start on the heavy track. Tell me a bit more about him. What was the reason for the 8-week freshen between runs?
He just pulled up with a little bit of a virus out of that Randwick, and so we just took him home to the farm for about 10 days, and I feel like he's going really well. He looks great, and everything at home would suggest it's going well. The other day, sort of went to the race on a good 4 and ended up on a heavy 10. Admittedly, he won a maiden on a heavy, but it's different when you sort of first up at 61 on your back, and done nothing but please me since, so I was almost not going to run in because of the barrier, and the horse sort of told me otherwise. So we're here, and we get a look at him on a dry track today.
Yeah, he looked terrific and gets that nice little weight drop of 3 kilos in this afternoon.
Yeah, a few kilos less than the other day, and He's had that run now. He's quite a solid little horse, so I think he's all the better for it. Yeah, look, I'm not making any excuses for him. Today, he looks great to my eye, and I'd be disappointed if he's not in the firing line.
In the last have Atifka, who's very fast. His first start today at 1,000 metres. Generally sees her up, but how's she going this prep?
She's going great. She prepped up really great. She's the country rating 92 now, so finding 900-metre races for us become really impossible. And admittedly, I don't like her at 1,000, so yeah, it's a bit of a case of she's got to we're going to try and get her to run 1,000 somehow. We got the right jockey on, and she's had a faultless preparation. Looks great. She's fit enough to be here. Probably needs a solid race. I'd probably be watching today and see if we can get her to in the runs coming up.
Good luck with both.
Thanks.
He's got some good and favourite here is Rinsa 340. Still a great move as out there. Good 2 goals. It's a bit on the second line of betting, and the other $6 and $9.50. The other pair is Zampano, and also Lean to the Moon, who returns to the races today. So at the start, under 3 minutes out, we'll move up shortly. Mail time.
Yeah, this is a price perspective. I've gone the way of the 5 Zampano. We got us around close to double figure odds here this afternoon, and he's much better than what he's shown us first up. All good gate to overcome, but so does the favourite, who I've had to include in the yard. Probably nearly had him down to maybe not coming. He drew wide and he didn't have a rider on, so a little bit of an oversight this morning, not including him in my numbers. Ritson definitely has to go in the 1. The 8, Sneaky Sophia, she looks terrific. She's off the back of a bit of depression. Racing well this preparation. She's a horse that the stable have a healthy respect for. In the 10, Lean to the Moon. Love it when Angelo Davies and Andrew Gibbons combine, especially at this track. They're ultra hard to beat. The trial's really good. So 5, 1, 8 and 10.
Richard Gold was doing all of his first preparation, and it's been fairly faultless. He started favourite one day in a benchmark 64 at Newcastle. He then placed at his next 3 before going back to the trials. He's a tough little fellow. This one, Richard Navy, with the looks of him.
Yeah, certainly is. He's coming back into the 1400 last start at Eagle Farm, where he placed. He brings some really strong form lines to this. He's a nice little horse. But I suppose the little niggle is back to the 1,000, whether he's a genuine 1,000-metre galloper. I'm confident that Brett will have him fresh enough off a 6-week freshen, but it's just whether he finds him a bit sharp.
That should happen, Lewis. I'm just worried about this people. That should happen. 6 would win.
This is the 4th as they start the load. The quaddy commences next race 5 to a 20-4. Race 7 is the cup. We come home with the Skeletar Sprint. Just having a look at the radar. It's just about everybody is and has done for the last 12 hours or so. It is headed towards us.
Yeah, you told me about an hour. It's in about an hour away, so I hope they're wrong. And it's a little bit further. I hope you're wrong, but I can tell you I'd rather jump and move my car a bit closer between races because it feels like storm's looming.
Yeah, clever move, I reckon. Looking the way the radar is shaping up there. Sudoku, formerly with Mark Menabini, these days at Cessnock with Larry Fairhall, who's just moved into the gates. 5-year-old son of Sabug, and there is Lean to the Moon back to the races today. That's a lot of winners. Ange Davies, but a lot of winners here at Muswellbrook, and Gibbo rides most of them.
Yeah, she brings an exceptional strike rate from the stable as a whole. She's very good at placing.
She's done for years. It's not a new thing.
No, she's been doing a good job for a long time. Very astute trainer, and the trial was good enough, and she really showed the ability with their last preparation at 10 Lean to the Moon.
Okay, you've got the late mail numbers, so they're moving in now. For race 4, just recap those late mail numbers.
Yep, 5, 1, 8 and 10. I had to include Ritson off the yard.
Let's head upstairs. Here is race number 4 as we go to bed.
It's gone into the gate, so Mr. Trackside coming up, Zampano. He's about to get ready. Sapphire Kiss Face as well nearer the inside. So the last 3 to come forward. So the line's taking good shape. We're over 1,000 metres. So Mr. Trackside comes forward. Negation walks up to the gate. Zampano will complete the line. The starter is around the front of the gates. Merchant Gold well behaved. Good money for Ritson. Not favourite. Oakfield Triumph. Bobbing about. Mulvader just not quite right. The red light is on. They're set to jump. They're racing now. Ritson out wide left quickly and going forward in the early stages was Sneaky Sophia. Strand Care goes forward. Oakfield Triumph slots in and Link to the Moon's pushing forward nearer the rail. Then Merchant Gold. Ritson's out wider. A little bit better than midfield. Then Sabuco, Mr. Trackside, 3 wide around Parmenio, the fence. And on his speed, Zampano, Negation. Mulvader improves to third last now. And then came Nick Sapphire. Kicks down to the turner. They've got 500 left to run. Sneaky Sophia led from Strand Care. Merchant Gold travels well. Peels out to the middle of the track. Then Oakfield Triumph, Lean to the Moon nearer the inside. Ritson gets going out in the middle of the track. 300 metres left to go. Sneaky Sophia, Strand Care, Lean to the Moon, stuck up along the rail. Merchant Gold chimes in with Ritson out wider and Zampano gets going as well. But Merchant Gold struck the lead with 100 metres left to go. Lean to the Moon, the inside, tries hard, but Merchant Gold beat Lean to the Moon, Ritson and Zampano. Strand Care was next. They were followed in by Oni Speed. Then came Sneaky Sophia, Parmenio, Oakfield Triumph. Further back was Sabuco. Then came Sapphire Kiss, Mulvader, Negation, and Mr. Trackside.
He's had a pretty good first preparation. 6 starts, 2 wins, 3 minors. And he gets the job done today. Most knock fruits up a double.
Boom! Lewis.
Will beat Lean to the Moon, who was gallant.
6, 10, 4 and 5.
Well said,
Yeah, nice return from Zampano there. No luck from the barrier, which was to be expected. But a great training performance by Brett Kavanagh there. He was off the back of a 6-week depression from the 1400 back to the 1000. But time and time again, we see Brett do it. He's an excellent freshener of horses and ridden beautifully there by Great Knot to have the last crack at them. Lean to the Moon was excellent in the worst part of the track. Ritson had no luck to the gate, and it was the same story for Zampano, who's run out of his skin first up this prep.
Okay, so that's number 6 wins it. Merchant Gold taking up the 4th event when we return here at Muswellbrook race 5 today.
So what happened? That 6 was the linear. The 10 was in one of the best hands. 4 was the favorite, which did not win. And 5 was the other best hand. So at the end of the day, it all boils down to, whether the management will work or not. Whether the linear is a linear, it's a good horse that should win 1,000 meter. But is horse racing gambling? That's a question. Is it gambling? Or is it just playing chess while driving? Because the horses do not, they are very uncomplicated animals. The horses are very uncomplicated animals. Complication is with the people. Will they deliver? So far, none of the favorites have come in here, apart from the first one. The first one was a weird race, but so far, that's the scene. Five, 4, 8, and 11.
See how these short course races handle inside draws, because that's where she's got to come from. And number one shows a sign, similar story. 6-5-3-1.
Yeah, keen on the 3 here. Perhaps barrier 1's not ideal, but she's got a small field to negate or just sort of angle off that fence. I love what she did last start. She gave some real cheek. The horse that set up on speed with her really weakened out of it, and she boxed on nicely. It then went at won its next start. I love the blend runs and breaks and form lines. She's pretty tenacious filly, but in the wet. 3 for the 5 was the danger. In line for the other car. Definitely the 1 will give some cheek up on speed. The 4. Alright, here's Anthony Collins to call them home for the 3rd here at Toowoomba.
So, anyway, for this race, just light showers. And La Razar will be the last to come up. So it's our favourite at 2:30, Mashani Crown 3:30 from the inside gate. Shows a sign $5.50 and $8.50 Reigning Alpha. This is the 3rd. There's the lights. Mashani Crown from the inside. They stand 1100. Set now. Stalls are back. They're off. Shows a sign, and also Mashani Crown have fast. Reigning Alpha is up to 3rd on settling down. Lara Zara trapped out wide, there's favourite. Followed then by Walkuda, who's going forward fast there in the centre. They're followed by both Thrown Under the Bus and Yes I'm Ugly, racing together at the tail end of the field. Past the 800, and it shows a sign out by a couple of lengths. Over in second position, Mashani Crown and Reigning Alpha is trapped out in no man's land. And they're followed by Thrown Under the Buses towards the inside of the Kuda. Lara Zars out deep there as well. But today, that might be the place to be, out wide out on the course. And Yes I'm Ugly's at the tail end of the field. Shows a sign in front, led to the home turn. 400 metres from the judge, in front a couple of lengths. Over Lara Zar, the outside. Mashani Crown is next to there, followed by Reigning Alpha. Yes I'm Ugly, right around the outside. Down past the 200, shows a sign in front, not for long. Lara Zar up on the outside, went straight past it. And with 100 metres from the judge, Lara Zar raced away over shows a sign. They're followed by Yes I'm Ugly, but it's a one active fair by Lara Zar. Lara Zar easy in the end by probably 4 or 5 lengths. Over shows a sign, and they're followed by Yes I'm Ugly, Reigning Alpha, Mashani Crown, and then came Vacuda, second last, and thrown under the bus at the tail end of the field in 107 fifth.
5184 across the line there. Dominant return there for La Razar, for Lindsay Hatch under Kobe Bittler. A little bit up there in those early stages, but it's not the worst if you can angle off those fences, particularly in the early stages. Got a lot more territory to work with upon straightening, and has gone past shown a sign like it was nailed to the fence, Joycey. The 8, Yes I'm Ugly at bigger odds there, grabs 3rd, and then a long way back to Reigning Alpha.
Yes, Karen, I think 3 races in. One thing we do know about this track is wide barriers are almost an advantage today. Just get out wide, stay out of that inside section, and let loose full momentum coming into the straight. 3 races down, all 3 winners have done the same thing, and now we're coming back to those shorter distances, which is obviously going to play in when we get the Consolation and the King of the Mount back to the 6 furlong. So keeping an eye on how the track's playing. Still a heavy 9, obviously still safe, and the day rolls on. But for now, we've got to get back to the team at Wellington for an update.
Thanks for that, Joycey and Kian. Look,
Okay, this is the 5th one here at Muswellbrook. If we look through the odds, 5, 4, 8 and 11. 5, 4, 8 and 11. 5 is the favorite. Now, the thing is, 5 is it's an EW number. It's an EW number. It's a 1450 meters, and the linear is 7. The linear is 7. It's in good hands. A good jockey. But it is not within the rails. The largest drift is 10. This track is not going to support all that. whether it is a drift or not, that will not support. Why? Because the management is absolutely disastrous. So it's becoming difficult to get a win here, and I don't know if things can work. The 7 is the linear. Ideally, a 1400-meter linear should go, but it is not a strong linear. So what happened in the last race, we've seen the 6 did win, but it was not an easy ride. Here it is the same thing. It is only going to get worse. It is also not going to get an easy ride. If that 7 wins, it's a good horse. The pressure is right, and if we look through this, then that comes up top. It's with a very good jockey as well. The other good jockey is on this 3. 7, 11 is there, I think. 11 is there. 7, 8. These are tailing gates. But the best, the other one is the one which actually has advantage through the rail is a neutral. Neutrals do not win, but they do get a place. So this one we do not have a reading of their management. We kind of not sure what their management is. So, but here we have a reading of management. So that thing is like that. That's an 80% drift out, 40% drift out on 4 and 10. So they kind of they do not deliver. That's, numbers do not lie. The possibilities are here that the 7 might win, and the only factor is that it is a linear, but the disadvantage is that it is not within the rails. It has one side of the rails, the other side is missing. So 7, I mean, if we forget about this all that is happening here, then ideally 7 should get through, and that's it. 7-11 is a possibility. 7-6 is a possibility, because this one is well within the rails and they don't win, but they do get into places. So that's a possibility, but it's I am not sure. I am not even going to place any bets as well. Not at this track, not today. I've decided that, you know, we need to be in a position where we unite and we make sure we tell them that we know what you're doing and you're not getting my money. That needs to happen, because these people have been getting away with this for a very, very long time. They have been getting away with this. So 7 ideally is the linear. 7 should win. It's not even there within the odds. 5 is the favorite. 5 is a long shot EW. It's a long shot EW. The other EW is this 3, which is a 5-year-old mare, which is placed right below the 7. But these things, the 3 has a better jockey as well, better than the 5. The advantage is more. So this can go wrong in multiple levels. This thing can go wrong. This thing can go wrong in multiple levels. So yep, I'm going to be out, but that 7 is the one which is the linear, not within the odds. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. It's delayed at Wellington. I don't know, bro. Maybe. They're playing music, so I muted. And I also had to go to the washroom. I forgot to play the sound. Good that I didn't do that because it'll get a copyright. Playing music. I don't know what's happening at Wellington. This probably is Muswellbrook. This is Muswellbrook. This is Muswellbrook. Tomorrow we have the Australian Cup at Flemington. That should be good. Tomorrow we have the Australian Cup at Flemington. I hope we get the feed and we get to race the Australian Cup. The next week we have the Doncaster Mile at Randwick. So some very good races coming up at some very good tracks. These people are just trying to...
Memories, not all that long ago, I don't suppose.
When life wasn't so complicated.
Indeed, when life was not so complicated. Quite right. Favourite here, biggest under 480 to kick off the quaddy. Inside Park at 650 equally with Rose's Imminent. Mistress Molly at 7, Syrian Sari 50. Point Bass Cossack Warrior 10, don't you think, at $11. Just have a look at the quaddy numbers as we just await the last couple to come into the yard. So you went pretty wide in this first race and then tripped it up later in the day.
I went 7 in this first leg, 5-2-1 to 4-8-9, and I wouldn't be surprised if the winner didn't come from that 7. It was very open. The second leg, 7, 10 and 12. The third, 11 and 1 with Les Vampierre, but keen on the top weight. And the fourth leg, 1, 11 and 7 for $126.
Okay, so runners coming into the yard here ahead of the 5th event on the program. So there are the quaddy numbers. Now it's Point Bass.
Yeah, still waiting for him.
In the yard.
Here he is.
Is he here? Let's have a look at him for Brett Kavanagh and Mitchell Bell.
Yeah, he's stunning. He's the most beautiful horse you'll see. He's had 2 runs back where things haven't really gone to plan, but he's back from a good quality Hunter Northwest championship qualifier to a Class 3. I think he can bounce back, providing he begins.
On to number 2, this is Don't You Think. Gee, has been threatening to win a race for a while for Mark Milton and Keegan Latham.
Yeah, hasn't he ever? I thought he was really brave considering the circumstances he was dealt with last start at Scone. Maybe he just needs to be ridden ugly. He draws a nice gate today. He's going well. I think he's over the odds.
Number 3 then, second up is Syrian Star for Rod Norton and Aaron Bullock.
Yeah, probably didn't get the rain for her to really put her best foot forward here this afternoon, but she'll be better suited second up into the preparation.
Inside Parker is having run number 4 this preparation for Todd Howlett and Reece Jones.
Another one I would have liked to see a bit of moisture around for. He really wanted to get on one rein last start and did have to up the 60 kilos. He's down 2 kilos here today.
Second of the Red Cabinet runners is Fingers Hunter, last start winner. Number 5, Ryder Breaks Knockers, shooting for a treble.
Yeah, she's a classy filly. She brings all the upside. It was good to get a nice little confidence booster last start at Tamworth. Stronger company here, but she's shown she's capable of testing it with much better company.
Everlasting Kiss is number 6 for Wayne Brown and Tegan Worsnop.
Comes here first up since the end of November. He looks like he's done plenty of work, but this is a start point for the prep.
Cossack Warrior number 7 is here for Cody Morgan and Christian Reed.
Looks better every time I see him. This guy, I thought he was really good compared to how the track played throughout the afternoon last start at Tamworth. I haven't included him in my quad here, but I could see him figuring in the finish.
Mischievous Molly, last start winner, is number 8 for Wayne Wilkes and Shagle.
She was first up for a long time. She had no trial leading into it and was too good on that occasion. She steps up somewhat in the weights, but in saying that, she's going well. There's a little niggle in the back of my mind is second up syndrome with a big run after not trial leading in.
Ferrazano, number 9, Cameron Crocker combining here with Chelsea Hillier.
Yeah, he's adapted, isn't he? He's going really well. This is probably a little bit stronger than what he meant last start, but he does himself a lot of favours with his ability to adapt to whatever's put in front of him.
Mossy Old Daisy, number 10, Matt Robinson and Ben Looker.
That 2 runs back, which has been getting back and finding the line quite nice. So I think a slight step up in trip 8's her chances here this afternoon. She's variating nicely for her. Look for out for a late.
Another one given a chance according to the market. Rose is in at number 11, Lou Mary, Alicia Collar.
This is the up-and-coming galloper. She's had the 5 goes for 2 wins and a placing. She was only just last start here. She really looked to hit a bit of a flat spot. So I think that 1450 is helpful from the 1280, and she gets the blinkers on for the first time, as Lou Mary's horses usually do. She looks great.
Crush It Bash with the 12 out. We moved to the 13 for Karen and Maddie Owen.
Coming through the same race as Rose's Imminent, and was actually finished ahead of her. That was first up. We'll be looking for further in time and doesn't win out of turn.
And there's the 14 on screen in text for Wayne Martin and Sienna Grimer.
Your first up for 22 weeks, no trial to speak of. Just looking at him, you'll improve a bit in the coating time.
All right, so that's a look at them ahead of race number 5 on the program. So wide open betting affair. Pretty tough race to try and dissect. We'll come here for the late mail just over 5 minutes out.
Yeah, 5, 2, 1 and 3. I'm with Fingers Hunter. She'll need luck from the gate, which is a classy filly from Don't You Think, who I think is well and truly over the odds. Point Bass falls in the same category. I just fall in love with him every time I see him. And I'll include Rose's Imminent. I had Syrian Star there, but I don't think the rain come from her. So Rose's Imminent, the 11th, is before. So 5, 2, 1, 11.
5, 2, 1 and 11. The late mail numbers here. Okay, so they're about to leave the yard and head out ahead of the 5th event on the program. There is Don't You Think. He's had a string of minor placings recently, got him by So You Think. He's only won 3 from 21, but 11 minors. He's honest, and he deserves a chance. Well, another win at least. He's at $12 today, but the market really does tell the story. 480 the field, and there's only 5 points separating the top half dozen in the market. So favourite is Fingers Hunter, one of 2 runners for Red Cabinet. This one a last start winner. Today, 480 unchanged. Second leg, Enzyme Parker, 650. Just does come in a half a point. Further down to Mischievous Molly, who's 70 to 650. The horse of Lou Mary's Rose is Imminent. He's at 650, and that's been solid. The best of the rest is Syrian Star, second up, 850 after this morning, being an $8.50 chance, $10 then for Point Bass, who has run number 3. He won 2 or 3 races very early on in his career. He's only a Sperry raced 5-year-old, and the stable looking for a winning double on the day. They also have Fingers Hunter in the upcomer, who scored at Tamworth over the mile last start and comes back to the 1450 metres today. right, I think we're going to hear from Georgie Kavanagh, who's going to make her way down. Of course, the stablemate of this pair in the upcoming Merchant Gold continued a very, very good first preparation. And here the stable have both Point Bass and Fingers Hunter. Speaking of the Georgie Kavanagh, she's on her way over to catch up with Belinda.
Thanks for joining me, Georgie. You've got two here. Fingers Hunter comes up with an awkward draw, but I get the impression that win was what you needed last time.
Yeah, boost of encouragement. I mean, she had won since the Wellington boot last year, so that was nice to see. Hopefully she builds a lot from that.
And what do you do from the back?
Just let him work it out.
And what about Point Bass? We know he's better than what we've seen first and second up. He looks just rare on jumping last time.
We've put a few actions in at the minute and just said to Mitchell, get a man, just try and eliminate anything like that happening. And if he, if he does it, he does it. But hopefully we can eliminate that and we'll see a better horse today.
And he's drawn wide, so even if he does begin, you'd expect him to nearly get back there anyway.
Yeah, just ride him where he's comfortable. You can't fight him. Just let him relax and ride him where he wants to be. And hopefully he does hit the line late, so hopefully we are there.
Winner in the previous, looked to have a pretty smart one in your hands.
Yeah, he's been good. He's been very consistent. I mean, his win on debut was great, and then, he's unlucky, ran a few thirds, but it's good at Eagle Farm. It's good to see him back today on the winner board.
What's his peak trip? Because he's been effective over further, but Dad freshened him up and bring him back in trip today, and he's shown him he's good over the 1,000 too.
That's pretty good at that. He's pretty good at stepping him out, and he'll freshen him up and bring him back, and they'll hit the line. So, we'll see how far he goes from here, but, could step him up again. I'd say he will. Yeah. Good luck here. Thanks, Ben.
There's Georgie Kavanagh, daughter of Brett, of course, with Point Bass and Fingers Hunter. $5 for field now, so the market's really not giving us any form of push in this first leg of the quaddie. No wonder you threw a few in, 7 of them in the first leg of the quaddie. It is that sort of race.
Yeah, it is. I think you're going through the form, you can see horses that have probably shown a bit early and have been out of the form. I think Point Bass falls into that category. He was unbeaten at one stage, and then don't you think he's always promised more than what he's produced. They've got big odds here this afternoon, so if you're looking to have something on a couple of odds, I think both of them have worked well. Fingers Hunter has acquitted herself in really good races, first and second up at the higher weight grade, beating 2.5 lengths behind Clean Thinking, and then back that up with a 1.5 lengths to beat behind Lisa Mania, who qualified at Chenworth for the final. So there's really good form lines around her. She's a nice filly, terrible gait, but as we see, you don't really want to be on the fence anyway, so it may not be as big a negative as it originally was.
No, they are. It's certainly on the worst side of a good forward just looking at it. It looked like that pretty early in the day.
Yeah, it's marking like that. Like, it's one thing to walk it, and my 50-something kilos isn't going to do much, even when you are walking it with a poking stick, but when actual 500 kilos of horse flesh get into it, you get to see exactly what the track is.
Okay, you could probably get a better assessment than you that if Brett Kavanagh and I, for example, decided to go for a little toddle down the home straight.
I love how you lock yourself in the same category.
Well, I would have thought, on par. He's got a lot more skill and ability than I do. But on par in some respects, perhaps. All right, they're getting set. We've got those late mile numbers here ahead of the 5th event on the program. So there is Roses Eminent about to come up. Still $5 for the field here. The toughest races of the day, without question, of course. We've still got the Cup to come, race number 7 on the program. Rain is headed our way, and then it's going to sweep down.
11 is a good one. 11 is a good one.
Moving in now for the 5th event here on Cup Day. As we head upstairs, here's Ben Hall.
Roses Eminent about to walk in. As Mercedes joins us from the National Racing Service. Running at race 5. First leg of the quaddie. Here comes the next lot to come forward. Ferrozano comes in. Everlasting Kiss to go forward. Here's Point Bass. Going up to a wideish gate. Fingers Hunter and Syrian Star will complete it. Open race. Plenty of chances. Stablemates are side by side there. Fingers Hunter and Point Bass as Syrian Star goes up. We are set. Mischievous Molly the inside one. Roses Eminent just going up in the gates. Back down again now.
Racing at the 14.50, they began in a good line. Ensign Parker breaks the line, running with Mischievous Bowling, and Don't You Think is not far away with Intense. They were followed by Everlasting Kiss, and going forward is Cossack Warrior as they approach the first turn. Then came Syrian Star. Mosgiel Daisy next, but is drifting back, passed by Point Bass and also Roses Imminent. Then Fingers Hunter third last. Second to last, Ferrazano settling down, and back at the tail was Crash and Bash. Down the side, 9.50 to go. Ensign Parker led Don't You Think, and Mischievous Volley third, the Railer. Intense improves fourth on the outside. They were followed by Cossack Warrior, Syrian Star, and Point Bass about 4 off the speeder. Then Everlasting Kiss on the inside of Roses Imminent. Then came the favourite Fingers Hunter. Ferrazano third last on the outside of Mosgiel Daisy, 2 Crash and Bash. 500 metres left to go, approaching the turn. It's Ensign Parker from Don't You Think, Intense and Cossack Warrior. Mischievous Molly tucked away the fence, and Syrian Star, Point Bass, Roses Imminent, and Fingers.
What was the jockey on 7 thinking?
350 metres left to go. Don't You Think took a narrow lead from
the last.
Parker. Syrian Star, Roses Imminent is trying to bullock into the clear, then Point Bass.
It's a 350 straight, I think.
150 left to go. Fingers Hunter went up and put pay to them. Put pay to Syrian Star, then came Don't You Think, and Point Bass runs on late, but Fingers Hunter racing away. Fingers Hunter won by 3.5 lengths. Syrian Star, Point Bass probably got third in front of Don't You Think. Then came Roses Imminent, might have been a little bit unlucky. Then came Ferrazano, Ensign Parker, Mischievous Molly, Mosgiel Daisy, if I haven't already called it, with Everlasting Kiss, Cossack Warrior, Crash and Bash and Intense.
And there's a double to the stable and a treble to the rider. And Fingers Hunter makes a back-to-back victory, sailing down that centre part of the track. Brink having a breaks knock will defeat Syrian Star.
The 7 did not run. 5:13.
Will be either. Don't You Think was the horse back there towards the inside between the Roses.
2 or 12, I don't know.
There's one by a bit of a space in the end.
Yeah, it was a nice ride from Gray. He just rode the track the way it needed to be ridden, and it really proved.
7 is the last.
That is the way to ride. She's very dynamic when she can take the sit. She still wanted to lug on one rein around the home bend, but the confidence boosting win has done her the world of good, and she's running back to back here this afternoon.
Okay, so just awaiting third again. 5 on the feet. 3, but we're waiting that third number. Would be 2.
1, 11.
There we are. 5 and 3. 2, 1. The numbers. First thing in the quality game the way. I think it's Hunter. It's not having a day out. Now,
What are they saying? 5-3-2-1 or 5-13?
but they're still in a holding pattern at the moment. We still have commitments up to Walker we have to get to. We'll see what the conditions are like up there now as we head to call of Guiana.
Race 4, a mate played over 1,200 metres. First horse over, look at it, Boom Crusher. Billy Healy, your trainer. CJ Graham, Winkers off, Winkers back on.
Yeah, can improve sharply. Kian didn't have much go right first up at Warwick, went favourite.
Ebony Freeman has Freeman Fury, Gabrielle Simmons.
A little bit of a query on the heavy track. Hasn't done much on soft ground in the past, but strong stable and the white barrier, no problem.
Ken Jones has the 4 Novadan, Kobe Vidler.
Good run last start. Ran third behind Shooting Wonders, and with the 3 kilo claim, won't be far away. Just a slight query in the ground.
Ange Jones rides 5, turn the corner. Blinkers are back on for Tony Gold.
Key gear, change those blinkers back on. He looks fantastic in the yard. I really liked his first up run behind Lantau Island. Then he did have 2 trials coming in.
5, 3, 1 and 11.
Elsie Lenton.
That was a really good trial. Went at Warwick. She finished hard over top of them there. The 3 kilos off suit.
Mark Curry has.
So 5 was the favorite. The 7 did not run. But why? So what happened is this, that the EWs with the advantage, they won, right? These are the EWs. 5, 3, 1 and 11. 11 I can understand. 1 is where? 1 is here. 1 is a neutral. 1 is also okay. I get that. It's through the rails. But through the rails was 6, which did not get through. Seven had problems with the physics. That's there. That is there. But it was not that bad that it will not get a place. And that just did not run. I was in one of the best hands. The 5 and the 3. All right. The 3 and the 5. That's an EW position. That is an EW position. Then it is 1, which I can understand. Okay, fair enough. It's a neutral. And then 11, which is also okay. So the idea is this, that trust the favorite. The idea is that trust the favorite, but the moment you trust the favorite in the next race, bam, 7, 10, 12, and 4. 7, 10, 12, and 4.
If you're on the bottom of the screen with the saddle cloth trackers, they are a best guide of where your horse is in the run. Is Anthony?
Jacket, Freeman Fury, Gold Cap, Super G, White Cap, wrist is very similar to them. It's horse 10 with a black cap. Now let's turn the corner on our screen. So turn the corner is about to go up into the gates. And, they just about have the place to wait. Don't see any red line, no. Another couple to get set here. Barista's about to come up. So Barista goes up. It's got the black cap. Once again, relying on the sky screen, which is just flipped to the head on. One or two others out behind the back of the gates. Yes, g'day, can see it. So just relying on this barrier cam footage to bring them up into the barriers. G'day. Best supported runner in the race now into $4.60. It's about to be placed away in the line. It's drawn one of the outside gates. G'day. Fury set with it, turn the corner.
the favourite at 2.9. So we should just about have them. The running of race 4. So stand by. Got them pretty well placed at the back of the gates. Let's see, anything else? No, turn the corner is out. Turn the corner, they backed it out. Right, hello broadcast. Time's getting better. And it's been past fit. All right, thank you. Turn the corner, A-OK. So it was vetted. Fractious at the gates. It's gone back up into the line. So we're set and ready to go. Turn the corner, $2.90. That's our favourite, 460. G'day, g'day. So this is race 4, Toowoomba. They're off and running. And over the 1,200 metres, they should be coming into view here in just a moment along the back straight. And up front, Nova Dan, I think it was, with a clean getaway. It went forward fast out wide, and also Upstart Lover was spearing into the picture there early on. There followed by Barista. And also G'day G'day, who's away in a prominent spot. Further back in the field, 2 Spruce is in that swarm of horses just tucked away at the back of the speed there next. They're followed by this favourite, which is Turn the Corner. Further back in the field, 2 Our Anaconda, with also Boom Crusher and Worldly Spirit races together there with those as they come down the side of the track. So G'day G'day takes the lead up on the outside. Upstart Lover has tried to repel it. Barista was there as they approached the home turn, and also Freeman Fury. Turn the corner, this favourite, with about 4 lengths to make up. So homeward bound and coming down past the 300. G'day G'day's in front. Barista up on the outside with Turn the Corner. So they go together, and here they come into view here. Kicking to the lead was Barista. It's Barista in front over Turn the Corner, and Barista's home. Barista beats Turn the Corner. G'day G'day. Boom Crusher Worldly Spirit, Freeman Fury, followed by Nova Dan, and then came Upstart Lover. Further back to Magic Valor with Our Anaconda Spruce, and one of the last runners in there was Super G.
10, 5, 9 and 2. Barista under Jace McMurray for Mark Curry. Overturned the corner, couldn't have a better run, just took a little while to reel in that margin. G'day G'day, he's just peaked on his run there, grabs third, and Boom Crusher, an improved run in for 4th.
That's it, Kian. You did a good job there keeping an eye on those, because it was very hard to see what was going on. But Turn the Corner was given a lovely ride by Ange and got to the right part of the track. But Barista, as you said, it just pinched that break, and 2 kilos off of Jason McMurray certainly comes into play on these wet tracks. 10, 5, 9 and 2. That takes it away from the...
This is the 6th one here at Muswellbrook. So that 7 is the favorite. 10 is the linear. Now, that's what they look like. They're both drifting out. The best hand probably is 13, then 1, which is with a very large drift. If we look through the rails, all right, then the 10 is well within the rails, and it is the linear. 7 has the same number, but this is a linear and this is a long shot. Okay. Eight is the same as the 3 here. They've made some stuff that is not I get to see in any of the tracks that we race. They've done stuff like that. The best jockey is here on 4. That's why the 4 is there. Seven tenths. 10 is the linear, 7 is the long shot, and 7 is the favorite. The last one, that 5 was the same number, all right, and here it is the same number. I'm going to be out.
And here now, wasn't beaten all that far behind Ridge Street last time.
Yeah, and she showed good speed there at Canamble at her most recent run. So I imagine she'll be pushing forward here this afternoon. Perhaps a first 4 chance.
Number 9 only need 1 for Matthew Carl, Michael Lynch. They had a winner earlier in the day. Can they make it a winning double? It was a good run at Borga 2 back, finishing 7th behind Grace. And I was actually giving her a decent chance at Cara last start, and things just didn't work out for her. She got back, and she just plugged on steadily to be beaten around 4.5 lengths by Lady Revolution. If she can pick her way through the field and we can get a Matthew Carl special, I don't think she's the worst. Kuroshinzo has been with Connie Gregg for a few runs now, and he's a funny horse. He's had 26 starts. He hasn't won a race. He's had 7 seconds and 1/3. So he either finishes second usually or nowhere, but he's really far away.
Well, he's got plenty of speed. I imagine they'll push forward with him today. In saying that, they did sort of ride him a little quieter there at Orange last time out when finishing 5th behind High Noon, beating around 4 3/4 lengths. Look, you get the feeling he's going to win a race one day, and I think Wellington will suit.
Casino Diva, the 11, will now be ridden by Olivia Chambers, who replaces Dylan Stanley. I thought her win at Orange last time out was fantastic, aided by a good ride by Dylan, but she'd shown enough in her previous runs to suggest that she had good ability, and that win was a deserved reward.
Yeah, I remember I interviewed Brett Thompson pre-race before Casino Diva won at Orange, and you could just tell in his voice that he had a high opinion of her, and he was surprised that she hadn't won one yet. But now she's broken through. I think she'll get plenty of confidence out of that, and I do think she's the kind of filly that can work her way through the grades.
And obviously she's wearing the Brett Thompson stable colours there, the green with the gold stars, as opposed to the old Sniper's Bullet colours of Roger and Merida Atkinson. So if you're looking for her in the run, look for Brett Thompson's colours. Number 12, Miss Clumarosa, a filly by Written Tycoon. Brett Rob's had her for 2 starts. She won over the 1100 at Dubbo first up, and I think she done that more on raw, just being better than them. And then went straight to the 1600 last time out, which is probably a more suitable trip, but she ran well behind Rich Street. Now she goes to the 7-8.
Yeah, I think that might have just found her out last time out, the big jump up in distance. Went from the 1100 to 1600 and just found one better in Rich Street. Gets a good draw here. I think 1700 was probably close to her best distance, I would have thought. I don't think she's an out-and-out stayer, but I think she's more a middle distance type. She's got undeniable claims.
Perini, the 13, another one for Brett Thompson, finished 3rd at Cowra last time out. That was over the 1700.
He's been racing well. He's had 25 starts for a win and 8 minor placings, and yeah, I thought it was a good run behind Great Week last start. That followed a really good effort at Bathurst over the 1800, went 4th behind Luna Flirt, beaten less than a length. So you can certainly make a case for him.
14's out, 15 Trumpty Dumpty for Darlun, ran well at Canamble in that race that was won by Rich Street that Miss Clumarosa also comes out of.
Yeah, it was a good effort, wasn't it? Really hit the line strong on that occasion, over 1600 metres, stepping up slightly in distance today, I think is suitable.
16's out, the 17's the last one we looked at. That's Graham's Shout. 15 starts for only the 1 win, a couple of minor placings, including last time out in a Class 1 at Cowra. That was over 13.75, now goes to the 7-8.
It was a cracking run, wasn't it? He got a long way out of his ground after missing the start and really hit the line strong to finish 3rd behind Lady Revolution. If he can put another run in like that, he's probably going around over the odds.
All right, that is a look at the runners here. So they're down there at the 1,700 metre starting point, which is in at the top of the home straight here. So not as long as the Iron Horse, but similar in so much as they'll come down to the winning post and then do a full lap here of the Wellington circuit as the rain continues to drizzle. I think it's just a matter of when, not if, the heavier stuff arrives. Hopefully it's a little bit later on this evening, or we can dodge it altogether, because of course this is day one of a big 2-day carnival with the boot to come up on Sunday.
Yeah, very much looking forward to it, and we just need that weather to stay away, or the rain anyway. The forecast has been changing, hasn't it, all week? You know, you look 1 second and it's saying 30, 40 mils coming, and then goes back to 20 mils, and yeah, so we're sort of, it's all a little bit up in the air at the moment.
Yeah, my app is saying that there's a 90% chance of 20 to 40 mils today, and at the moment we've had 0.2. So if the forecast is right, which we know that, you know, like tipping horses, it's not always right, there could be a bit on the way, and it's supposed to start, according to this app, maybe around 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. So we should be able to get through.
6, 12, 3 and 11 are my late mail numbers. Pretty keen on Tainui here. I just think he's going to get a beautiful run in transit. Rocked in a Canamble last start after racing on speed, defeating Woodcock by 3 lengths. Going up in distance today, but I don't think it'll worry him too much. 12, Miss Clamorosa. Just found out late when finishing second to a Rich Street last time out at Canamble. Ready for the 1,700 metres now. 3, You Know Who goes in for third, been thereabouts all preparation. Finished at the tail of the field at Canberra last start over the 2,000 metres, but previous form was rock solid. An 11, Casino Diva, I imagine she'll get back a little bit, but she does have a very good turn of foot. She utilised that to good effect, winning at Orange last start. That was over the mile. She can go on with it here if she gets the right run. 6, 12, 3 and 11.
6, 12, 11 and 5 for me. I'm with Tainui as well. He can just draw to get the perfect stalking position if something wants to take up the lead. If not, we know that he's capable of setting the tempo himself. Cody Nesta knows him very, very well, and he's a promising type. He's a ripper to look at. The 12, Miss Clamorosa, should be suited, having had that run at the mile under her belt, getting to the 1,700 now. For third, the 11, Casino Diva. She just needs a bit of luck from the gate, but she's got a share of ability as well. And I'll put the 5, Bruce's Boy, into 4th. Not convinced Wellington will be his track, but he's just ticking along pretty well at the moment, and always seems to go around at a big price. 6, 12, 11 and 5. Just having a look here now. $2 for the favourite, Miss Clamorosa. She did get into the red. She's back out to even money there at $2. $2.70. A bit of late support for Tainui, who a couple of minutes ago was around that sort of $2.90, $3 mark, now into $2.70, and really they're the only two the punters want. You Know Who, the only other one in single figures.
Yeah, it's an interesting race, isn't it? The market would suggest it's probably a match race. It doesn't always work out that way, but I thought they'd probably run the Quinella here. Miss Clamorosa and Tainui. I just had a slight leaning to Tainui off that big win at Canamble last start.
Can't understand the drift for Brett Thompson's horse, Casino Diva. $7 out to $13. She's a last start winner who's always showed good ability, but that's the way that the market's trending with her. 7's out to 13's, just looking for any little moves late. The 5, Bruce's Boy, did get out to $34 back into 21. So they've started the loading process there at the 1,700 metre starting point. I can see Tainui's in, the horse in gate 2. Now I'm having a look here. What's in? So that's Graham Shout. So Graham Shout's carrying the second set of the Lund colours, I suppose, the black with the gold star. So if you're looking for Graham Shout, it's in the black with the gold star. And the other Lund runner, not Dar Lund, Michael Lund's horse, Bruce's Boy, will carry the St George Dragons silks. So good luck with your investments. Race 5, we've made it. Here's Bob.
Ready. Gate. Clamorosa. The favourite is with Rick up for a couple of starts. That's on the road. Number 12, oh, hang on, it's got some big Xavier North in the Brookout box when it gets started here. And very favorite money. Ultra deep is cast in the various stalls. Ultra deep is cast in the various stalls, so take further delay here. They're running this time around to the favourite is $2.10. Here, Brett Rob got this horse after he had a start in Victoria and a few starts. One first up with the Scabba and the 100 stepped it up with 1400 and Amble. Ran second behind Rich Street. Need some more information coming through from race 12. More information about to bring to you. They race at the Trouble of Your Christmas tomorrow. We're going to be here on Sunday. So we've got a late scratching here, late scratching, and the horse is ultra deep, taken out at 4:07 p.m. late scratching time, 4:07 p.m. ultra deep, which is number 2. Number 2 ultra deep late scratching. Past the various draws. They've got it out yet. They've got it out, so the fill will continue to load. They've got the horse out. Ultra deep, and they've just opened up on the rail, so they'll lead it off the track here. They've just joined in. The opening race won by Byron Farm. Still standing. Paddy Crawford, Ken Dunbar, and bowling as he comes. Right, so we've got the light scratching here, ultra deep, number 2, and they're set to go. And by Glamourose the favourite, a moment ago, racing now. Oh, we've got one off here. You know who, the jockey has tumbled off, you know who. Soon after the start of Cool Machine, we've taken on by only Mead, one who's gone up quickly on the outside. Kurashindo to third, then Newbie. Miss Clemaruza will settle 5th. Over on the rails then came Casino Diva. Out pretty wide there was Bruce's Boy. Getting back now, Graham Shout, Trumpy Dumpy, and the riderless horse is about 20 lengths behind them. As they head to the back, and only Need One takes up the running here, but Harini and Kurashindo both go up quickly. Tool Machine 4th, then came Tarnui, Bruce's Boys outside. Then came Glamourose, a break back to Casino Diva. Being followed by Graham Shell, and Trumpy Dumpty is at the tail of the field, and you know who has lost the rider soon after the start. Harini has gone to the lead now as they approach the 900, but kicking up on the inside, only Need One, Tool Machine 3rd, then Kurashindo, followed by Tarnui. The next one was Bruce's Boy. Miss Glamourose getting through on the inside there, followed 2 lengths away by Casino Diva, a long way back to Graham Shout and Trumpy Dumpy. So they've got about 400 left to go. Only Need One just a little. Harini moves up on its outside, and only Need One is kicking through on the rail now to lead Harini. Further out, Tarnui, Miss Glamourose is putting in its run. Further out, Bruce's Boy, well on the straight now. And Tarnui gets the lead. Miss Glamourose is on the scene. Tarnui, Miss Glamourose. Tarnui just a little. Miss Glamourose, get into it. Oh, Tarnui, Miss Glamourose from a great finish. Casino Diva came home well for 3rd. Harini would have run 4th, followed in there by Bruce's Boy. Only Need One was next in. Cool Machine, Kurashindo. Then came Grand Shout. Trumpy Dumpy, you know who's lost the riders. They jumped. And the late scratching at the barriers was number 2, Ultra Deep. Photo finish here.
All right, it's tight between the 6 and the 12. Whether it's vested interest or not, I fancy the 6, but Miss Glamourose has put a lunge in on the line. Tainui, Cody Nestor got going nice and early, and you could see Clayton Gallagher was tracking up on Miss Glamourose, and Cody was getting absolutely everything out of Tainui there over the concluding stages. Just whether the filly has put that lunge in, we'll await word from Cole. It's coming through now. We don't have any places yet. Always. He usually, when Cole says yes, he's talking to Neville.
Our camera staff are favouring Miss Omarosa. She did finish very, very hard, didn't she? And we saw Tainui duck in under pressure. He did that. He did the same thing at Canamble there last time out. He wanted to duck in.
Oh, it's close.
Awfully tight.
We'll wait for Cole. The 11's run third, which is Casino Diva. Tainui the winner. Pay the believers. Tainui wins. So it'll be 6, 12, 11 and 6, 12, 11 and 13 finishes in fourth, which is Fiorani. So 6, 12, 11 and 13. Cody Nestor just gets enough out of Tainui. Nick and I breathe a sigh of relief. We'll be back when horses in the yard prior to the next.
Race number 6 on the program here from Muswellbrook today. Second leg of the quaddie, and this is the Wayne Harris, so the 1,280 metres, and we start with the dramatist who comes here second up today for Rod Northam and Lachelle Small.
Well, he's a class galloper of the field. He done a great job last preparation. He's at one run back, but he just didn't really found the bridle over the 1,100 metres at Rose Hill. He gets the 1,280. I can tell you he's come back in absolutely terrific order, and what originally looked like a sticky gate could also be a big positive.
Number 2 then is Strombus for John Bannister and Christian Reeves.
I thought he was good too back from well back in the field. In last start, he just didn't get the tempo to suit. So he's been out of form for a little while, but he is capable of improving here today with the right run.
Number 3 is Contributing Factor, a winner here 2 runs back for David Atkins and Ben Osmond.
Yeah, I thought his win was great here over this truck in trip 2 back. Admittedly, this does look stronger company here this afternoon. And then he went to Corinda, where he led, he got a few cheap sectionals, and he just wasn't as brilliant. So he's had to freshen up. He's back in truth, but I can't fault him. He looks terrific. So just looking to see improvement today.
Number 4, Touch of Navy, John Bannister combining with Aaron Bullock.
That's the best I've seen him. He's another horse that's just been mixing his form this preparation. I really like the run, which was pretty unlucky too back at Newcastle. And then last start he was just left flat-footed when the sprint went on. So coming back in truth has to be a question mark. Let's hope that the blinkers going back on can overcome that.
Number 5 is Machina Volante for Clint London and Ben Looker.
He's first up for a good while, this guy. He was a very handy horse once upon a time. He looks like he's done a fair bit of work leading into today, but I'm happy enough to find him deeper into the preparation.
Dancer in the Dark is number 6 for Steve Mayer and Sienna Grimer.
Yeah, well, if this preparation replicates anything like the previous, I know Steve Mayer will be absolutely tickled pink. He gets no weight on his back for the first up assignment. He hasn't done a trial. He looks like he's done a bit of work. He does find a very deep assignment here first up.
The next one right in the market, Annie's Rose, number 7 for Kristen Buchanan and Anna Roper.
I tell you, she looks absolutely sensational, as Christians generally do present, but she is a beautiful mare. There's plenty of her, there's plenty of scope about her. Both runs back have been really encouraging. Originally the gate looked like a big positive. It could possibly be a big negative, but back to country gate with a 4.5 kilo weight drop. She comes with some strong form lines at the provincials. If she gets the luck, she's the one to beat.
Number 8 is Borrowed Luck for Jan Bowen and Grant Buckley.
It's coming off a last start win at Tamworth. She's always a horse that's promised more than what she's produced. This is much stronger here this afternoon, but confidence will take her a long way.
Number 9 then is Abelius for Dale Wagstaff and Heavy Vanderhoven.
He's one that is a noted quaddy killer. He'd always probably be finding this kind of grade a touch tough, and he was very well defeated first up since today.
Number 10 is Ultra Consistent, and that is Puerto Banis for Paul Perry and Alicia Collett.
He's really found his straps this preparation. He's improving all the time. All runs this prep have been really good. I love the 5.5 kilo weight drop for him. He's not the biggest galloper in training, and he's got some middle of the line draw. He looks to get a nice run from there. I had him as a clear danger.
Number 11 is Raj Nish for Cameron Crockett and Donovan Dillon.
Comes here first up this preparation with a couple of trials. He was a horse that could really mix form last preparation. If he turns up and he wants it, he can definitely figure.
12 is Silver Halo for Lou Mary at JBO.
Yeah, she's mounting really well this prep. I know she steps to open company, but she gets right down in the weight. All 3 runs have been really good. She just had to do too much work from the gate last start. I think she can run a cheeky race here.
2 to go. Firstly, Swamp Nation to Glenn Milligan and Tegan Warstrom.
Capable of running a cheeky race. I thought the run was really good last start behind Gold Card. She is looking for the step up in trip. She hasn't won in a long time. Look for her doing her best work late.
And finally, we go to Zunile. First up for Kylie Kennedy and Will Stanley.
Looks in good order, this preparation. She's covered in dabbles. It's probably the best I've seen her. She's always a mare that's been fairly slight in stature, but this is first up for 44 weeks. I'll be looking forward deeper into the preparation over further.
Okay, a bit over 3 minutes out from the sixth event on the program. Second leg of the quaddie over the 12.80. It is late mail time.
Yep, 7, 10, 12 and 1. I made her my best bet, and now I'll be chewing my fingernails watching the first couple of 100 metres because she's come up with the inside gate, but I think she comes through really strong form lines. She drops 4 kilos, she's back to country gate grade. It'll just be Anna's job to get her away from the inside fence. The Dangerous Puerto Banners, love the way he's going this preparation. Silver Halo, another one that fits well and truly into the same category. She's racing really well, and the Dramatist, love the way he paraded second up into the preparation. He found himself on a better surface, and he is the fast galloper of the field. 7, 10, 12 and 1.
All right, speaking of the Dramatist, he did win the Country Cup about this time last year up there at Scone during the carnival for the Scone trainer Rod Northern, as we hear from Rodney.
Well, Rod the Dramatist, we know he's handy. He's had one run back where he never found the bridle. This distance looks more suitable today.
Yeah, it does. It does. He really didn't enjoy the surface. His first run back, it was very, well, not that it was really wet, but it was very shifty. He just doesn't like that ground. There's a little bit of give in it today, but it looks like solid ground, so I'm quite confident he'll handle that okay. And he'll take good benefit from the run. He's the right distance. Can't see why he doesn't run well.
And in the last sharp shot, drawn awkwardly, but that may not be as big a negative as you originally thought.
No, not really for him. I quite like when he draws wide first up because he can be a bit of a handful in the barriers, so he won't be in there very long, which is good. But yeah, he'll just go back and be charging home late. And yeah, he's run well fresh before, and he's quite adaptable in distances. So I'm sure he's forward enough to run a good race.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There is Rod Northern, so favourite here, Annie's Rose, 370 into 320. Second elect is Puerto Bannis, who's tightened up 380 into 350. Third line of betting is occupied by Touch of Navy. There you go, for double figures into 7 and Silver.
Adaman, welcome back, Adaman.
Best of the others then is Raj Nish. First up,
I'm out.
It was unchanged at a $10 quote. So they're moving in well. A couple of them have been back here.
Yeah, interesting that Touch of Navy has received support. We know he's handy enough on his
7,
day,
8,
but he was
10.
very flat-footed over the mile last start. Whether that's full of money or whether he's going to be much, much sharper with those blinkers going on.
All right, so they're moving in now. 7, 10, 12 and 1, the late male numbers here. This is the second leg of the quaddie. First leg was taken out by Brett Kavanagh runner, Fingers Hunter, giving Braith Knock a treble, Brett a double, and following this, we've still got the cup to come with the eligibility for the big dance spot up the grabs, and then the Skeletar sprint to wrap up the big cut day.
Yeah, fingers crossed that this rain holds off for just another hour and a half. It's not much to ask.
Yeah, surely they can do something. Upstairs we go. This is race number 6, as we take you to Ben Hall.
National Racing Service with us as well. Great to have a race named after Wayne Harris here. Jockey for many years. This is the Wayne Harris handicap. Abelius about to come forward. And Annie's Rose has drawn the inside gate, your favourite. The light has been turned on. We're set for action. Ready to jump. Signal. Starter hits the button. They're off and racing. Swamp Nation, Silver Halo, all left wheeler. Annie's Rose not too far away. Puerto Barnes is pressing forward. They were followed by Touch of Navy and Rajesh together there, followed by Dancer in the Dark and Zunal zipping around the outside. Then Borrowed Luck and Contributing Factors off the track, followed by next on the inside Strombus. Then Abelius out 3 wide, then the Dramatist. It's racing in the centre, and a couple of lengths away last, Makina Volante. Down the side they run, 700 metres left to travel. Swamp Nation led Puerto Barnes. Length and a half to Silver Halo, and Annie's Rose on the inside gets a beautiful runner. They were followed by Touch of Navy out wide. Then came Zunile out deep. Rajnish in the centre. Then came next on the inside, Dancer in the Dark, Borrowed Luck, contributing factor, the Dramatist, followed by Strombus, Abelius, and Makina Volante, point of the turn, and Swap Nation turned first, led by a length and a half. Annie's Rose back to the inside, then Silver Halo, Puerto Barnes is sprinting quickly on the outside, then Touch of Navy, Rajnesh shreds the needle, Swap Nation still narrowly in front, but Annie's Rose underneath them, got to a narrow lead now, then Puerto Barnes down the outside, contributing factor, it's Annie's Rose in front, shooting clear. Annie's Rose too good. One from a photo. Puerto Barnes, Rajnesh or Swap Nation. Then the Dramatist flashing home late. They were followed by Touch of Navy, contributing factor. Then Strombus near the inside if I haven't already called it. Then came Dancer in the Dark, Abelius. They were followed by Makina Volante, passed a couple in the straight. Borrowed Luck was next and Zoodile finished last.
Best of the day salutes the former South Aussie mare, Annie's Rose, for Kristen Buchanan and Anna Roper. Have a look at that spread right across the track. A half a dozen legitimate winning chances at about the 250 metre mark. But the mare third up has been too good and goes on to win from either. 13, that was Swamp Nation, Puerto Bannis, and the one in the centre was Rajnesh, all in the club, and the Dramatist. He was the flashing light the next time around.
Yep, certainly. I'll be following the Dramatist, but Anna just done the best she could That's a nice win from that mare. She had to do it in one section of the track, but she's shown plenty of ability. She's run through lots of well prepared for the stable.
Yeah, Kristen Buchanan there is the winning trainer on screen. So the numbers here, we'll get them up on the screen.
7 from 10, 13, 10 or 11, there was a line of 3.
All right.
You have no semaphore board, yeah?
Judge probably still having a look at that, no doubt about the winner, though, taking up race 6 on the program. So still that photo continues. We'll send that result down the line. The Cup is next up here at Muswellbrook.
Welcome back to Toowoomba for race number 5, which kicks off tonight's quaddie. It's the Paddock. It's a 2-year-old's cutest race over 1,200 metres. And number 1, the first horse to look at, Kian, is Stylish Joker for Joe Gleeson and Justin Stanley.
He was good getting his first run out of the way last night. He was just always looking for that 1,200 metres. Finished too well. Been back to the trials, kept on behind, just a tick over trial. And he was quite good here at the 1,000 2-back as well at his home track. Shiny Breeze came out of that race and won the Darryl Boland handicap.
Number 2, Silver Spoon for Kelly Schroeder and CJ Graham gets the winkers on today. He was just a bit too green there on debut. Should improve.
I thought he was the best roughie in the race. I do like the winkers going on. They were just helping the gate apart a little bit better. He's very new. He was just out better at 1,000. He did some great late work. He just ended up out in no man's.
So what happened? They were the same numbers. This one had pressure, this one did not have pressure. This one won, this one is the second one. 11 was with the rails. And 13 that came in was with one of the best hands. 12 was a neutral. That's what it is anyways. We'll go to the next. $11, $1, $15 and $10.
But I think she's better than that.
Number 8, Financially Famous, certainly had some interest for Louise White and Mark Duplessis. She scored an upset win on debut at Eagle Farm.
Missed the kick, always outscored and finished too well. We'll appreciate the step up and trip.
Number 9, Shiny Breeze for Donna Stanbridge and Maddie Wishart.
Sat in behind the speed here last start, was a winner at big odds and just held on for the win. We'll see how it gets through the wet.
Number 10, Casino Bay, second favourite, Mark Curry and Kyle Wilson-Taylor. She's been back to the trial since runner-up here on debut.
Looked at really improved at the trials. Nice standards. Really just having a look at her type-wise. I like what she did on debut and set out as favourite. She sat 3 wide, absorbed plenty of pressure, and she's learnt plenty from that because she looked to come on leaps and bounds in the barrier trial.
Let's check out the 11 Guides for Tony and Matty Sears. Cody Collis rides but doesn't claim. A daughter of Better Than Ready. She was sent out favourite on debut at Durban. She's had a spell and she won a recent trial.
And well beaten by Cuddles for Kimmy on that occasion. So I just want to keep Cuddles for Kimmy safe. I thought the trial was quite plain underwriting. Perhaps it's jumped out.
And the number 12, Sweet Pretender for the prop stable, Robbie Dolan rides. She's on debut, a daughter of Susan.
Didn't mind her trial. It's a nice enough chase over the short trip behind Casino Boy.
The late mail time for the Paddock, 6, 10, 8 and 1. I'm with the favourite Pink Vixen. She's been backed off the map. Let's hope she can get the job done. The 10 Casino Bay has been a bit easy to maintain. 8 Financially Famous. And the 1 Stylish Joker if you're looking for a blowout. 6, 10, 8, 1.
I thought perhaps the 10 was the danger to the favourite. She's going to be awfully hard to beat though. So I was 10, 6, the 8 there. And then I thought Kelly Schweeder's horse and the 2 Silver Spoon, the big improver at odds.
All right, let's head up to Anthony Collins to call them home. This is the first leg of the quaddy. It's the Paddock Show.
Silver Spoon to get set. Stylish Joker to come forward. Vixen. Shani Breeze and Tudor Winkle will be the last couple. And Stylish Joker goes up. Here's the favourite, which is all of the rage here. Pink Vixen. The 170 below quote, sitting at $1.80. Of the last 2 runners to come up. This race initially the hopeful plate, of course the fifth plate thereafter. Now the Paddock plate carrying great prize money as Mashani Breeze is about to come forward. We're about to once again, ladies and gentlemen, honour one of the broadcasting greats of Australian thoroughbred racing. They're set off in the Paddock. Now, Vixen was about centre field away, Financially Famous, and also Guides began brilliantly. Casino Bay was okay away in his stride. Cuddles for Kimmy will land there next, and they're followed by Flash Master, who's towards the outside, and Stylish Joker is trapped out and is striding up. They're followed by Vixen, is about 3/4 of the way down in a centre field trailing position, 1 off the fence. Sweet Pretender is over on the inside of it. Mashani Breeze is well back in the race with also Tudor Winkle. And balancing up here last of all coming down the side of the track was Silver Spoon as the leader. Now Casino Bay kicked to the lead and got away with 600 metres from the judge to set sail to the 450. In front, 2 lengths clear, Financially Famous, and they're followed by Guides. Further back in the field of Vixen, who's towards the outside. Flash Masters there in the centre with Cuddles for Kimmy. Followed then by Mashani Breeze and also Sweet Pretender. So on straightening up for the run-in. Casino Bay is still the leader. Casino Bay in front and shot away. At the moment, the margin 2 or 3 lengths over Sweet Pretender. Vixen down the outside, but it's Casino Bay with 50 metres to go. It's home. Casino Bay too good. Beating home Sweet Pretender. Pink Vixen third. Guides fourth. Then came Tudor Winkle, Mashani Breeze and Cuddles for Kimmy. Silver Spoon. Flash Master was well back with.
All right, this is the 7th one. Now this is a qualifying race, okay, for some grade 1 racing. So one thing that if we look at what has been happening is they're qualifying. They have been qualifying in the last 2 races. They've been qualifying. So what I don't want to get into the details, but you'll often see that a Victorian horse will go to a very rural track in New South Wales for a qualifying race. that horse has not been raced in Victoria, wherein there is a huge difference in handicapping in New South Wales and Victoria. And the reason behind that is basically it's like this, you know, when I was very young, I always thought of getting a driving license. Now, where I used to stay, they had very difficult metrics for getting a driving license, and I always failed. I'm a very bad driver. So what I did is I went to a place where the metrics were not that high, in a village, and I got my driving license. But does that make me a good driver? That's the point. Now the thing is here that 11 is the favorite. The 11 is the linear, but it's not a strong linear. It's well within the rails. The pressure is adequate. Let's not talk about pressures today, because that's definitely something that is going out of the window here. But that 11 is the favorite, and that thing is the one which is linear. Okay, but if we look at what they have been doing, that 7 is a long shot, which basically we don't even consider that while we are racing in any of the tracks that we generally do. We do not even consider that. We consider this, we do not consider that. But that thing won. Here it is the same thing. So what is happening is these horses are given some kind of an advantage of, or a prize for being here. This thing has been that's what my take is. Now if that's what the case is, that 11 is the linear, but can it win? That 14 and 20, that 14 and 20 are the same horses what has been winning here. That 7 and 20 is basically the 7 of the last race. So that's the thing. Okay, 14 and 20, highest advantage given. 11 is the linear, but that is not a strong linear. That is not a strong linear. The best hands, there are no best hands. Probably 4 is the best hand. Probably 4 is the best hand. But if we look at how the pressures worked in the previous one, so we go to 7, that's 138 by 0, all right, and the linear was the second. 138 by 0 brings in that number which is in pink. Here it is 101 by 0 that brings in that red 14. I'm not going to put in money on this one, and the kind of that this is not where I am going to risk anything at all. 11 is the favorite. That is the linear. Same scenario. You see this 10 and 7. Okay, 10 was the linear with the pressure. which was a little better than what we have here. Here, that 11 and 14. 11 is there with the pressure, 14 is not there within the odds, and this is like that. So I'm out.
The win at Narromine going back to October last year was quite good, defeating a specular. Look, I haven't got her in the numbers, but I can see she's got a good each way chance.
Number 10, Miramar for Dale Lung, Andrew Banks aboard. Ran an improved race last time out when going down late by Nimble Star on that occasion.
Yeah, prior to that showed plenty of speed. When finishing ninth at Dubbo behind Anya Speed. Look, she mixes her form a little bit, but...
Araman 11 is not going to win. That's a separate thing. But the problem is, Araman, you know, here is the problem. So last year, while I was actually programming, by the time of September, October, when we were programming, and you know, someday I'll put up that video. I mean, I'll put up those reports that was happening. So while I was programming this last year, there were certain things that was not getting into my head. There were certain things I lost numerous races because of, you know, testing, back-to-back testing, and I lost a lot of subscribers. I lost a lot of, you know, that happened. But when I was going through those reports, especially after the races at Muswellbrook last week, and here is the I don't know if you remember, there was another qualifying race that happened in between. I don't remember the track at this point of time, but I stayed out of that race. I remember that. The thing is, and we spoke about this. I think PC was there, and I spoke to PC exactly the same thing, that the Victorian horse goes to New South Wales to get qualified. Why? And when that happens, let's say today that 14 wins. Let's say, for argument's sake, I am just saying, if let's say that 14 wins and the 14 gets to the big dance as a qualified horse, the data is going to show a very strong signal on that 14 while and if we race at big dance, and we are going to lose if we go with 14, because the selection procedure here is upside down. The selection procedure is upside down. They are doing the selections for big dance. Ideally, what should happen? Ideally, 11 should win. Ideally, 11 should win. But today, if the 11 loses and the 14 wins, then the next thing that needs to happen is avoid big dance. Because the entire data is going to be upside down at big dance. they will have all sorts of horses that'll come in from all these rural tracks that have been deliberately put in there with qualifying races which are below the benchmark standards. If that 14 wins, if 11 wins, then it is okay. 11 is the favorite. 11 should ideally win. Six, Wellington, Lewis. I don't know if you remember, last time we were racing at Rose Hill. So there was this horse number 14. Frank, welcome back, Frank. I don't know which race was this, but the last race when we were racing at Rose Hill, there was this horse number 14, wherein the commentator actually said this, that we will see if it's a class or not. We will find out today. So they very well know where those horses are coming from. And that horse had huge numbers. I'm going to pull up that.
Now, High Massey giving some trouble behind the gates here. High Massey. It's only started Dubbo, and that's prior to Christmas. So no, but actually between Christmas and the Boxing Day. Now, hold on, I just checking in. No, it was in early December. Yeah, early December. And it's going to break out that High Massey. So Miramar and Sereno Palace and High Massey, they're the ones still to come in. Having a look at the update on the Code fixed odds here. Dies is $2.30. Number 12 Showtime Sassy. Bit of a firmer here, $5.480, but Dies $2.40 to $2.30 is the favourite. El Beetle number 6 at it's $4.60 up to $5.57 High Match is $6 at $7.50. The rest are double figures. Miramar about $11 chance. Shot a bit of a pace last night, but chasing Little Star home, but Star's got him handy. But good run by Miramar. Now we see Miramar fill out of the gate together with Sereno Palace. They race at the Tullabuteo picnic tomorrow. Subject to the rain holding off the course, which is supposed to spread right across the state, but they're award-winning club there. A really big crowd there tomorrow at Tullabuteo. Down in the south west of the state, down southwest of Dublin, at the central west. Tullabuteo is a great day. Now, Miramar and Sereno Palace still to come in. Beetle, Rocking the Rain, set. This one lit up riderless now. Sereno Palace. Miramar actually lit up riderless. And getting close to start. First leg of the quadrilla. Taking a long time to get there. All races have got the full race today. Stand by. So they're close here. Starter Sam Fitzgerald around front, 900 metre race. Out they go here. Red lights on. Racing now. Dies begin quickly. Rock and Rain hard ridden, can't hold a position, and Swilgan Bridge went up fast into second place. Miramar goes around them quickly, then comes El Fidel. Rock and Rain drifting back through the field. Showtime Sassy's now at to be about fifth on the rails. Getting a fair way back as they streamed down the side there was High Massey. Then came Exclusive Drop, and last of all was Western Eagle, so they sprint down the side now, and the leader was Dies, a length and a half now on Miramar, Swilgan Bridge third, then Showtime Sassy, followed by Old Beetle and Sereno Cold Rock and Rain. And into the straight they come, and Dies was the leader. Miramar trying to get to it. Showtime Sassy. Old Beetle is coming home well, but Dies with a handy break. Miramar, Showtime Sassy, is finishing on well, but Dies is too good. Dies beat the fast finishing Sorrento Palace. El Beatles in a photo for the miners there. With Showtime Sassy close up there was Wilkin Bridge. Nice return from a spill. Miramar next in, then Rock and Rain exclusive drop. And back with it was exclusive Eagle, with Western Eagle.
She's back in good order. Number 1, Di. She wins, pays $2.30, $1.30. Used the inside gate. Millie Thompson took her straight to the front. She was too fast for them. Sorrento Palace has run on well. It'll finish second. First up from a break today, El Beetle will be third, and it looks like Showtime Sassy will be fourth. So I fancy the numbers will be 1, 9, 6 and 12. And we'll get those numbers official down the line. But for now, we'll get to Muswellbrook, to Gavin Belinda for the 2025 running of the Muswellbrook Cup.
Maybe I couldn't find that.
Muswellbrook today, called Muswellbrook Gold Cup, with Big Dance eligibility on the line. $150,000 race over the 1,500 metres. And this is chock full of quality, starting off with West of Africa. Number 1, Randwick Nation, Rob Archibald and Aaron Bullock.
Well, he's had 4 runs back and he's gone absolutely great going. Excellent to win from well back in the field in the Matty Newbie Cup 3 back, and the past couple have been excellent in a benchmark 100 and Group 2 company. He's going to get back, but he's got a brilliant turn of foot. If he likes the 59 kilos, he's going to be very hard to beat.
2 and 3 out on the 4. This is Rabini, second up for Jill O'Brien. Sterling Alexio and Chad Schofield.
Really encouraging run first up in the Newcastle Stakes at Group 3 company first up. He got back, he just didn't get the luck he needed from the 6 to the 4. He didn't have a whole lot of luck over the concluding stages, subsequently only finished a touch over a length away. He brings some strong second up stats. He's 3 from 4 second up. He'll get back from the gate. He looks sensational.
On to number 5 we go. This is Williamsburg with the new yard now with Brett Kavanagh. Both up rides from the inside gate.
And what a beautiful boy he is. He's a horse with a stack of ability. As you said, Brett Kavanagh has him now. He's had 2 trials leading into this. Both of them have been ultra impressive, along the likes of Gringotts and Gallant Star. He looks in tip-top order. Brett Kavanagh's a marvel of getting these horses up and going early into the preparation, so I disregard his first up stats. I would have loved to see a bit of rain about for him, but we've seen a downgrade from a good forward to a soft 5 prior to this race. That'll only play in his favour.
Number 6 is Bold Mac for Richard and Alicia Collins.
Coming through the national sprint down in Canberra, where he was pretty unlucky the majority of the straight last start. He's 8 times winner. He's a handy horse. He's turned out in terrific order. If he gets better luck today, he can figure in the finish.
7 out on to 8 we go. Jimmy Hendricks, Randwick Nation, Rob Archibald and Reece Jones.
The 23 goes for the 5 wins. He was racing down south last preparation. He's first up. He's had 2 trials. I didn't really find him off the trials. He tells you that he's going to be a better horse deeper into the preparation.
Number 10 then is Flying Trapeze for Gary Portelli and Molly Burr.
Lovely relaxed parade from this stallion. He's been doing a good job all prep. He's done a stack of travelling of late. He's been to the Gold Coast. He's been to Doomben. He was down in Flemington last start behind Tom Kitten. This is probably a little bit easier here this afternoon. I'm expecting him to run a big race. He certainly doesn't look too trained off.
On to the favourite we go. This is Levon Pire for Gay Waterhouse, Adrian Bott and Rachel King.
Oh, he's the up-and-coming galloper. He's a 3 times winner. He was a horse that could really overdo things in the mid stages in previous preparations, but it was nice to see him drop the bridle behind the leaders first up. He was good enough to get the job done. He meets a few horses that have been acquitting themselves well and listed in good company here today, but it's horse with a stack of ability who'll put himself in the first couple, and with that 54 kilos, he's going to take a lot of running down.
On to the 12 we go. Lavish Empire for Peter Snowden and Mitchell Bell.
Another runner coming through the national sprint where he was slow into stride there. He got back in the field and really nothing really went his way. He gets a somewhat step up in trip. The track going to a 5 will only play in his favour.
Osman number 13 here for Matt Griffith and Ben Looker.
His horse has been going really well this preparation. He was a winner of the Mudgee Cup 2 back and then backed that up with a placing at Eagle Farm last start. This is possibly his hardest test to date, but I can't fault the way he parades.
Number 14, isn't he a good sort? Promido always has been. But David Atkins and Ben Osmond.
Yeah, he's an absolute stunner. He's up in grade today, but he gets a nice drop in the weights. He's a winner on the soft track in the past. We're just keen to see how he measures up to a few of these well-equipped gallopers.
Cinque Torre is number 15, and 3 of the emergencies getting a start, including Cinque Torre, but Gern Baker and Winona Costin.
Coming through the same race as Le Bompier last start, he done a stack of work to eventually find the front and was probably entitled to be a little bit soft over the concluding stages. A soft track plays in his favour. He's drawn nice. He's down 2.5 kilos in the weight. I think the better gate will help his chances today.
16, Dances with Who's, Cameron Crockett, Will Stanley.
Yeah, she's a beautiful mare. I thought both runs back have been good in the Hunter Northwest qualifier and also the wildcard down there in Scone. She really got rattling over the concluding stages. She gets a 100-metre step up in trip here today, but this looks significantly stronger.
Conceding Seb gets a run for Karen and Maddie Owen.
It has had one run back in benchmark 66 grade at Taree, where she was beaten, or he was beaten with 5.5 lengths. I suggest this is going to be far too hard this afternoon.
We've had it over 3 minutes out. Favourite odds on this morning at 195 is now 210 rather. Levon Pier, 310 would be all right. 390 second to leg West of Africa. This has been the go. 550 earlier. Post scratchings now into 390 and that pair dominate. Flying Trapeze at $12 has been solid. And then Grabini is at $13 and $14 about the other one for Björn Baker. And that is Cinque Torre. Late mail time, they're at the gates.
11, 1, 5 and 15. I've gone the way of Le Bompier, just thinking the 54 kilos and his racing pattern could see him get a break on the next hardest to beat, which is the top weight West of Africa. I think he's getting into his right price now. I couldn't understand the drift for him early. He's a horse with a brilliant turn of foot. He'll be doing his best work through the line. The 5 Williamsburg would have loved to see the rain come for him. The slight downgrade plays in his favour. This track certainly is a rock hard here this afternoon. He looked sensational, and Cinque Torre coming from the same race as Le Bompier last start had to do a lot of work from the gate, drawn to get a more favourable run today. 11, 1, 5 and 15.
Let's hear from Emily Kelly here for Annabelle Nishman, Rob Archibald about the Wellback, West of Africa.
Well, Emily, 2 live chances here. The first is West of Africa. I thought he was brilliant in the Magic Millions Cup 3 runs back. The past couple have been excellent. He's that real get-back, run-on type. Do you adopt the same tactics here today?
Yeah, it would be nice for him to get in front of a couple, not give himself so much work to do late, but he does just like to come out wide and really attack the line late, so we'll stick with that plan.
I suppose the track playing the way it does maybe helps him with a slightly awkward draw.
Yeah, I think the wider draw, it's not a disadvantage to us today. And yeah, I mean, he's going super at home off the back of that great run in the Ajax last start, so he's coming in here in terrific order, and we definitely think he's going to run a good race today.
With a little niggle in the back of my mind, he meets a couple of horses that are live chances, around 5 kilos worse off up in the weights. How does he carry weight?
I mean, he's a big, strong built horse, so I don't think he's as hugely worried as you would be with a smaller, light-framed horse. But he's very forward and fit, so yeah, it shouldn't worry him too much.
Also had Jimi Hendrix first up with a couple of trials under the belt.
Yeah, obviously he's kicking off his prep, and he'll only enjoy a trip in time, but he's pretty forward enough coming in today. He's quite a casual chap. I want to try and be positive and land midfield with him and just see him really attacking a line, but whatever he does today, he'll only improve on.
Good luck with both.
Thank you very much.
Emily Kelly for Annabelle and Rob. So 225, they're prepared to let you on. Levon Pier, 380, firms up again, West of Africa. And the other one they've kept very safe now is Flying Trapeze. And that might be some of the money from their owners, which include a group called the Champagne Sheilas, if you don't mind.
Yeah, what a name. He's been doing a stack of travelling late, Flying Trapeze. He's been here, there and everywhere. Doomben, Gold Coast, Flemington, Canterbury. We're back to Muswellbrook here this afternoon. He's still a stallion, but he paraded in terrific order.
A ticket into the big dance up for grabs, the $150,000 Muswellbrook Cup. Here's Ben Hall for the call.
1,500 metres the journey, and we're set to jump. Starter hits the button, they're off in the carpet. Williamsburg left well off the inside. Flying Trapeze was speeder. Le Bompier jumped nice and handy. Cinque Torre not far away. Then Probido Osmond circling wide. Then Bold Market West of Africa,
who slots into a good spot, one away for the rail. Then Jimmy Hendricks 2 lengths away, followed by Lavish Empire. Dances with Hooves on the inside of Grabini, and Seething Seb whipped them in. Approaching the top of the track, and Lay Vampire strode clear by a length and a half. Cheek Vittoria at the 1,000. Prometo is parked out wide. Williamsburg just off the speed. Then came Flying Trapeze. Bold Mac midfield, the railer. Osmond's out wide around west of Africa. Then came Grabini in that 3 wide line as well. They were followed by Lavish Empire. Then came Jimmy Hendricks on the inside. Dances with Hooves second last, and Seething Seb still last. 6.50 left to run. Late Vampire steadies the ship in the lead. Led from Cinquetori, out wide Prometo, then Williamsburg, Osmond, followed by Flying Trapeze, west of Africa, niggled along. Then Bold Mac, Grabini very wide, Lavish Empire, Jimmy Hendricks dances with Who's and Seething Seb, Lay Vampire at the 400, goes for home from Cinquetori, Danger. Williamsburg's back to the inside, then came Prometo, Bold Mac, Lavish Empire, and further back out wide was Osmond with west of Africa, Lay Vampire under siege, getting through Lavish Empire with Williamsburg, Cinquetori and west of Africa out wide, Lavish Empire in front, west of Africa, and Grabini is flying out wide, big go in the cup, not sure. Probably Lavish Empire the inside. Grabini was shifting in sharply on west of Africa. We'll hear more there, I'd say. Then Williamsburg, followed by Dances with Hooves. Further back to Jimmy Hendricks. Lay Vampire got tied up the straighter. Bold Mac was next. Then came further back in the field, west of Africa, I haven't already called it. And then came Seething Seb. Flying Trapeze was one of the last ones in with Osmond.
7 of them across the track on the inside. Lavish Empire was getting right up near the rail where they haven't really been today. Grabini was the one coming out wide in the centre and sort of the meat in the sandwich west of Africa.
12-4-14.
And also Williamsburg. This head-on will be a little bit interesting. We'll wait the result. Lavish Empire gets it at a big price. Peter Snowden, almost his hometown cup, will win and gets into the big dance. But we're looking out wide at the horses, particularly right on the outside fence. Grabini White Cap with the white blaze, that's west of Africa, and things get tight late here.
Yeah, they certainly do. It was quite a messy run from the top of the straight, but it looked like...
it's not messy, you made it messy.
Grabini getting in also. It was really the meat and the sandwich late in the piece, but the fence has been off all day, and that's exactly...
Nothing gets messy on its own.
For the stable here this afternoon, and he was pretty unlucky last start in the national sprint. He didn't begin, he got a long way back, got back from the gate here this afternoon. They took a foot cut back up towards the inside fence, and Mitchell Bell gets a Muswellbrook Cup on the mantle here this afternoon. Just looking at that replay there again, it really looks like maybe Grabini got in late and caused a bit of havoc, but a little bit to go under the bridge, and let's catch up with the winning connection.
Yeah,
there's going to be a claim on this one.
10 minutes up the road from Aberdeen, that'll mean something very special to the fan.
Yeah,
there's going to be a claim on this one. There's going to be a protest. Anyway, what happened is that 12 won. Okay. So that is one of the best hands. That is one of the best hands.
Got a commitment at Toowoomba coming up, but we'll certainly hear from him a little bit later in the day after the running of race 7.
Welcome back to Toowoomba. It's time for the 6. This is the King of the Mountain Consolation.
12-4-1 and 11. 12-4-1 and 11.
He's hemming down the page. We'll be the first horse we have a look at. going very well. A winner here in the past, Joycey Disley for
Absolutely disastrous track. 12 4 1 and 12 4 1. That had no business to win, but today it did win. And it got qualified for the big dance. So that when that thing is there in big dance, remember the name of that horse? This thing is like that. One 11 3 and 2.
Break 13 acres away the danger. 7 Ezekiel, a little bit worried about that inside draw now. And 12 Current Jasmine, certainly a knockout chance. 14, 13, 7, 12.
Good play acres away. Love the return run. Race shape was against the trial leading in, suggested that he would come to hand very quickly this preparation, as he did his first prep in Queensland last time in, and did some really good racing, particularly behind the Inflictor and K-Line. So he's got him to fly a bit of a drift here. Should get through the stop. I thought the 6 was the danger. I had the 12 in there. The 14 wanted to make a little push for the roughest outside of that's the 17 Granite Prince. Looked fantastic out the yard.
Yeah, you found that one out of the yard, Granite Prince. If you want an absolute blowout, count didn't mind the look of number 17. They're loading up really well. Anthony Collins, what a great job he's done so far today. We're one race away from the King of the Mountain. This is the consolation. Let's head upstairs.
Here's heaven to come into line as we count down towards the $750,000 King of the Mountain. It's the very next race, ladies and gentlemen. Our last three. Here's my baby. Going up. Red Zeus, Spooky Spirit, last two. Last look sees Our Magnus, now the equal favourite, with tabs. Each of which $4.60. Now Red Zeus, Spooky Spirit is still out behind the back of the gates, but the barrier boys just includes one runner. Short 3 parts of the way up the track. Red Zeus now coming into line. And Spooky Spirit will be the last to get set. Now we're ready for action. The lights flash away. Good betting race is good runners. King of the Mountain Consolation is now underway. Easy kill from the inside, left the machine fast. This is one as swiftly spearing into the picture. And also Acres Away is away into a prominent spot. Our Magnus fast into stride up to about 4th. He's headed towards the outside of it, followed by Sky Forger there in the centre. Red Zeus is trapped out there very deep, followed then by Granite Prince, who's over on the inside, and further back in the field there was Tasmar Baby. Well back in the race to Spooky Spirit. It's balancing up back second to last here, and Tara Jasmine is racing last of all. In front on the rail was This Is One as they come down the side of the track. They're ghostly figures in the King of the Mountain Consolation. Leading the way a half length. Our Magnus is now striding up the outside. Followed then by Easy Kill, not that far away, and also Acres Away next. Followed then by He's Heaven with about 2 or 3 lengths to make up as they come up the side with about 350 metres now from the judge. So it's Our Magnus out wide who just has it, and now in front and kicked out 2 or 3 lengths. Over in second position there was Acres Away, followed then by Mar Baby, but the leader was Our Magnus with 50 metres to go. He's got it won. Our Magnus too good. Sky Forger second in the end. Mar Baby third. Easy Kill fourth. Then came Spooky Spirit and Tabs, who made ground. Granite Prince, Red Zeus for next. Further back in the field, This Is One, and they're followed by He's Heaven, who was well back there in the end, with also Acres Away, and Tara Jasmine was the last runner in 1:14 and 30.
11, 10, 8 and 7, and we will not begrudge that horse who went dead set, been knocking at the door. Such a tenacious little horse. CJ Graham back on a home game here, $4.90, $1.90 for the Gearans of Millie Cornelida, but Sky Forger has just nosed Mar Baby out for second, and then Ezekiel after that box seat run sticks on closer to the rail now as they wear a bit of a pad out wide, Joycey.
Absolutely, Kian. Can't begrudge Al Magnus. Has been knocking on the door, holding form consistent, rock hard fit, ridden beautifully by CJ Graham, found a way into the right part of the track with a lap for the horse at the top of the straight, and it was all over by the time they got to the furlong hole. Dominant victory for number 11, Al Magnus. Those numbers 11, 10, 8 and 7. That is the consolation for the King of the Mountain. In about 40 minutes time we'll be back for the main event. $750,000 up for grabs in the Morton Coat, King of the Mountain.
All right, this is the last race here today. So one is the favorite. And out of all the races today, if we actually have to find true handicapping, out of all the races that happened, this probably is making sense out of everything that has happened today. That 11 is the linear. It's 1,000 meter. We have a linear, which is the desired number of 3-figure within 200, 250. Management within the rails. That's the first. 11. The 2 is well within the odds. That's the largest drift. 1 is through the rails, and 3 is the second drift, the second linear. The 3 is the second linear. Right? It's a benchmark. It's an open race. It's an open race. This is the first one that we have out of all the races that has happened today, which looks neat. But I'm still not going to bet. I am still not going to bet. If we look through the net, that 10 is probably in the best hands. With a lot of advantage, which is there. It's gate number 5. Okay. 11 is 4. 11 is 4. 11 is the linear. Now, things, I mean, this horse is not in a winning position. This horse is not even in a position to get into this race. That is not going to, that generally doesn't happen. But it is in the best hands. It is in the best hands. and this is like the linear. So if this was a safe track, and if this was something that I wanted to place a bet, I would have put in an 11 win and a 2 second place. 11 and 2 forecast. 11 wins, 2 comes in second. That I would have done, but I'm not going to do that here. I will not place any bets. This track has played all the way through today. This track has played all the way through, and I'm not going to put any bets at this track. But if I had to, that's 11 and 2. 1 might come through, 3 might come through, second or third, or that 10 with the best hand might come through. But that's what it looks like. 11, 2, and through the rails, probably 1. 3 is way too far. And they're also 60% on the downstream. So that probably is not a great look on them. These two are probably in moderately good hands. 11 and 2. 11 is the largest drift. This is the linear. 1 is through the rails. If we look like this, then the 7 is in between, which is also within the rails. The 7 gets in between, but it's a 7-year-old gilding. We'll drop that idea on 1,000 meter. This is relaxed, and so yeah, 11, 2, maybe. But I'm out. I'm not going to get into it. We have much better races coming up tomorrow.
Gets his numbers soiled. Just running through the winners from today if you're just joining us. So the first race was taken.
I just want to stay out of these tracks, but unfortunately they just get in.
Dioro Choice won the Iron Horse over the 2,400 metres for Alison Smith and Clayton Gallagher. Tai Nui, best of the day for Mick Wallace, got the job done in race number 5. And the previous event, race number 6, was won by the favourite Guys. 20 numbers here in race 7.
I'm going 3, 6, 4, and 9. I just thought Tycoon Artie was perhaps over the odds at the $10. Was a German winner, 3 back. Recent form's been pretty solid. Just needs to jump on terms with his rivals. He missed the kick there at the last start, which brought him undone. He was beaten around 3 lengths by Speedy 1. Kelly Cool, I think she can run well here from the inside draw. Finished 4th to Deo Sun, the favourite last time out, but it does get a little turnaround in the weights. It does make Deo Sun 4 kilos better off. Deo Sun's going to be a great chance again. Should be able to jump, if not lead, be up there in the first few. And the Mooch will be steaming home late. Coming off a good placing behind Triple Tempo at Orange last start. 3, 6, 4, and 9.
9, 4, 1, and 6 for me. I'm with the Mooch at the each way value to beat Dow Sun. I think Rothgate can run well here fresh, and I've put the 6 in for 4th, Cali Cool. So it looks like they're just about all loaded over there. At the 1,000, a couple left. Looks like DePano and also Into the Fire. Left to load. So good luck with your investments here. Race number 7 at Wellington. Let's head to call.
Race Tycoon Artie. So good luck. We roll at Salisbury. The family comes from a very nice family, so let's hope that her run can be right. Get some riding. And here comes DePano about to come up. Almost set to go here. All the barrier style stalls, red lights on. First thing of the daily double. Racing now, Kelly Curb again, well, but Dowson is going to lead early from Rothgate, and going quickly was the Mooch. Going around them there was Ultra White. Actually, it's going back to the fence now. Powderfinger, the other grey beside it. Into the fire, going right around the outside. Kelly Cool loses position on the rails. Tycoon Artie was next, Pano was outside, then comes Choice Deal, and Sizzling Tail is last. Dowson just lit up over Rothgate as they race along with 400 to go. A length and a half back to Mooch, it's on the outside of Ultra White, 2 back to Into the Fire. Further back then came to Pano, and the fairway back with Tycoon Artie. Dowson on the inside of Rothgate, halfway down the straight. The Mooch Ultra White is running home pretty well. Dowson tries to fight off Rothgate. Rothgate in front. Dowson's coming again. Rothgate, Dowson. Rothgate is going to be too good. And Rothgate beat Dowson. Ultra White third. Depano fourth. Coming home well the outside was Tycoon Artie. Then came the Mooch. Kelly Cool was next in, followed in there by Into the Fire. Over on the fence was Powderfinger, then Sizzling Tail, Choice Deal, and Powerstone.
1, 4, 14 and 10. Rothgate, Tilly McCarroll in the saddle for Brett Robb. Sat outside Dowson and was too good over the concluding stages. Dowson's run another honest race. Ultra White at any old odds finishes in third, and Depano from an awkward gate runs on well to finish fourth. Looks like the Mooch and also Tycoon Artie there in the photo for fifth. But all honest with Rothgate, first up today without a trial, now makes it 2 from 2 at this distance, and from 2 starts here at Wellington, Mick, a win in a minor place.
Yeah, look, I for one thought that Rothgate might have needed the run here first up today, but I was obviously tuned up and ready to go, and a lovely ride there from Tilly McCarroll.
That's his 4th win at start number 14, and just having a look at last preparation, first up he finished 7th, then he went to 5th, then he was able to win at 3rd up. So for him to come out and do that first up here today without the trial under his belt suggests that he has come back in very good order. I wouldn't be dropping off Dowson. He's run well again. He's racing in terrific form for Kieran Hazleton and the connections. And Ultra White has run well also. Brett Robb makes his way over to have a chat with me.
That's pretty good. Nice first up win. I mean, obviously he had this horse nice and fit and ready to go.
Yeah, look, he's been here for a while. He's got a few issues, you know. He's a horse that's been pretty frustrating, you know. He showed us a lot at home and never really got it to the track what he could show us at home, you know. So it's, yeah, it's good. Like the owners, you know, they've been very patient with us, and yeah, good to get the result for it.
There you go, grab your horse.
Thank you.
All right, Tilly McCarroll actually went to go in the other entrance back into the mounting outs. Wendy Peel, who finished 2nd, had to yell out to her and tell her to come back in where the winner comes back. So, of course, she's only early in her career, Tilly, but she does a good job on them. She puts herself in good positions in her races, and she's learning all the time.
Yeah, exactly right, and it can prove so valuable, can't it, the 4 kilo claim, and Rothgate always travelled quite well. Dowson was pretty brave in 2nd spot, in really good form at the moment, and my old mate Ultra White starting to warm to the task late in the piece, so that was one of her best runs for quite some time.
All right, Tilly McCarroll. We'll try and get Tilly to come over. We'll get Tilly to come over and have a quick chat to us. I understand it might be her birthday on Sunday. We'll ask her about that. Tilly, is that a birthday winner for you a couple of days early?
A couple of days early, but yeah, it feels great to get it done.
Obviously, first up today, you were happy to park outside Dowson, and I thought he was really brave late. He just fought so hard.
Yeah, look, I ride him at work at home, and he's a pretty strong big horse, and just really wanted to get him out and give him a good run over the trip. And yeah, look, he got the job done very nicely.
He's obviously in for a nice prep. He'll build off that.
Yeah, 100% build off that. We'll go home and assess where to go next. But no, I'm really grateful to everyone that put me on him today, and it's, a really good feeling.
Well done. Happy birthday for Sunday.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
1, 4, 14 and 10 numbers confirmed here following race number 7 at Wellington.
Jet Pie the inside. Grabini was shifting in sharply on West of Africa. We'll hear more there, I'd say. Then Williamsburg, followed by Dancers with Hooves. Further back to Jimmy Hendricks. Lay Vampire got tied up the straighter. Bowlback was next. Then came further back in the field, West of Africa, I don't know what you called it. And then came Seething Seb. Flying Trapeze was one of the last ones in with Osmond.
Well, it's a fair bit of trouble in the straight, but you'll be happy to cut the corner and avoid it all.
Yeah, our plan was to always cut the corner, but everything was jamming themselves to try and get out. Obviously, hit a bit of ground, supposedly, but obviously that race before, the winner went up the fence, so there's only place where there was space. I had to take that option, and look, he really went down nice on that track, so he's won well, and it all worked out for us.
I didn't catch him early. He was slow away last out. How did you begin today?
Look, he began on terms. Our impressions were not to try and put him in a position, just hopefully he folds into a position. He done exactly that, and he always travelled well, so that was a big thing for us, especially to get the 1500.
Great to get an opportunity for the Snowden stable. Big Dance eligibility has been acquired. Muswellbrook Club also. Is this your first?
Yes, it is. So, it's always good to ride the feet, and especially in a cup like this, and heading into the big dance. So, well done, and congratulations to the owners.
Well done to you.
Thank you.
He's ridden a lot of winners for Peter Snowden over quite a few years now. Mitchell Bell and Lavish Empire taking out the Muswellbrook Cup, and he's off to Sydney in November. Here in the last, Louis, new acquisition for Richard and Will Friedman, 250 in favourite. Halsey Bell, 380. Sharp Shot, 850. Then Tisker at 9 and $15. Remember Jack for Mark Milton. Skeletar Sprint over 1,000 to wrap up the program. Let's have a look at this former Victorian. Louis, number 1. Alicia Collins rides, as I say, for Richard and Will.
Yeah, he looks very smart. He's done an excellent job down south in really strong races. As you said, newcomer to Richard and Will Friedman's stable now, but his trials have been sensational in the hearse. He coasted to the line behind Overpass and Front Page, and I really like what he did in the most recent, pulling away to win the trial after being ridden by big gate and big weight and wide gate to contend with, but he's a lovely type and nice and relaxed here in the yard.
Another one drawn right out in the car park. Sharp Shot, Rod Northern, Reece Jones.
Speaking of Rod Northern, earlier in the day, it may not be a negative because the horse can get on the toe in the gates early in his prep, so he won't be in there for long. He's a get-back run-on type anyway, and he's really smart when run.
Number 3 is Tishka. First up, Scott Singleton. Aaron Bullock.
Yeah, big fan of the mare, just not a big fan of the 1,000 metre trick for her. She has always been a little one-dimensional. She's a real short course galloper. He's finding it hard to place her now with where her benchmark is. So they are going to try and ride her a touch quieter here this afternoon and see if they can add another string to her bow.
Down to 4, Burning Crown. Back at the races for Sue Grills and Jack Baker.
Hasn't been excited race day for over a year now, but he's had a trial at home. I thought the trial was very nice, admittedly in a moderate bunch of gallopers, but he looks like he's done plenty of work in the yard. He looks sensational, actually. I'm expecting him to run a cheeky race if he's anywhere near right.
As time goes, he's 9 years of age these days. We've already won his mate at Gunnedah. Wow, down to 5, 2 you got. Brett Kavanagh, Ben Looker.
Well, it's coming off a last start placing at Ipswich behind Liquor, and Liquor's subsequently gone on to make that form reference looking good, coming out to place in a fillies and mares listed race at a subsequent start at the Gold Coast. So he's off a bit of a freshen, back in troop. He's got a nice draw, up in the air whether that's the place to be, but he looks to be well and truly on something in the yard.
6 out, here's 7. Justin Reach, Sue Grills, JBO.
Expecting him to run well here this afternoon. He's another horse that appreciates a solid speed up front, which he looks to get here this afternoon. The first up run was a big tick. That'll only bring him on.
Aegis Rhythm is Dancer, nice and fresh for Brett Kavanagh and Mitchell Bell.
Comes here first up for 19 weeks with no trial. He was going around in probably slightly easier company last preparation, so I'm happy enough to watch him here today.
Number 9, Lady Shenanigans. Would only cost in riding for Mitch and Desiree Carney.
It's deep into the prep. It's only moderate to the line last start at provincial grade or midweek grade. So we're back to the country. And a slightly softer surface can see her improve somewhat.
He's the local Iron Hat for Jen Bowen and Anna Roper.
Like the way he's going this preparation, the firmer the better for him. So the fact that the reins held off is a big positive. It was a big run last start at Wyong, and he gets the home track advantage. I'm expecting him to run well.
And Halsey Bell next to the Kavanagh runners. Model of consistency. He's the 11th, but he's not on board.
She's the one I want out of the Brett Kavanagh camp here this afternoon. She's a beautiful mare. Whether she's a genuine 1,000 metre galloper, I'm not sure. But Brett Kavanagh's very good at keeping them sharp, bringing them back in trip, and I thought both runs back would be really good.
There's another one for Kavanagh, back ringing number 13. Being ridden by Grant Buckley.
He looks better suited back in trick today. He was a touch plain for him last start over the 1,200 metres. That was in the Class 4 preview at Scone, but back in trip, he can run a cheeky race.
Number 15 is Remember Jack first up. Mark Milton, Sienna Grimer.
He's also had a fair bit of promise about him early days, but he's been yet to really capitalise on that. He hasn't won in a while, but he's first up today for 9 weeks. No trial to speak of. This is the first time he's been back to the country. Last prep he was contesting highway, so he'll be doing his best work through the line.
16, that is In Spades. Justin Bowen, Donovan Dillon.
She's been going good for her. This is probably the strongest race she's contested in a while. And saying that, I would have loved to see the rain come. She didn't get it, but the soft fire's no negative.
Bodgy rounds out the field. Number 17 for Paul Perry and Molly Burke.
He looks great. He is very healthy. He's covered in daffodils, but hard assignment today. He is, for mine, a genuine wet tracker.
5.5 minutes out from the final event on the program. Riders up, so Louis holds plenty of interest after commencing his career in Victoria, now coming over the border to join Richard and Will Friedman. 240 and favourite. Second to leg, Halsey Bell has gone 460 into 350. Sharp Shots in a point first up. 850 to 750, and at 950 Artisca has stripped to the point and a half. So 5 out, late mail time as they head off to the gates.
111, 7 and 2. I just think Sir Louis, the class galloper, he carries a good horse's weight and he's drawn wide, but if he can find a spot 3 deep with cover, get in a comfort zone, he only has to run up to those trials to be running exceptionally well here. Beautiful type. He's acquitted himself really well down south in stronger races. He looks an excellent pickup for the stable. The 11 Halsey Bell has been going great guns this preparation. Usually I wouldn't have spotted her as a 1,000 metre horse, but Brett Kavanagh's great at bringing him back in trip, and he certainly hasn't gone backwards in the yard. Just in reach, loves a hot tempo up front. He looks to get it here this afternoon. He can only improve. Second up into the preparation, and Sharp Shock. He's first up today. He looks like he's done plenty of work. He's drawn wide, it won't matter. He'll get back, and if they're overdawed up front, look out for him late. He's a horse with a brilliant turn of foot. 111, 7 and 2.
Okay, let's hear from Richard Friedman, who is on track today, speaking about the favourite, in Louis.
Well, so Louis looks a nice little pickup for your stable. He's first up. He's trialled up really well. How's he going?
Look, he's going nicely. We're just getting to know him. And he has got a few quirks, like all horses. They've got their little quirks. He's got a few, but he has trialled well, and he's a horse with speed. But he's got enough speed at this distance. I don't know him well enough to know, but he's he's a promising horse.
What kind of quirks?
Oh, he can get a bit aggressive in races, and he can throw his head, and we've got a nose roll on him just to try and encourage him to keep his head a little bit lower. We'd like him to race a little bit off the pace because it makes him less one-dimensional. So, there's a few things we'd like him to do. He's cooperating to a point, but, I think we'll get there in the end. I like the horse.
He looks smart. Big weight to carry first up. Is he capable of carrying it? Does he give you that impression?
Oh, he's a good, strong horse. I think when you see him in the yard, weight will stop anything. But, it's a lot of weight, 63 kilos. But he doesn't have to carry it for very far.
Yeah. I hope he carries it here today. Good luck.
Thanks.
But there's Richard Friedman with this Louis here first up. 340, the best back runner has certainly been Halsey Bell. Sharp Shock's had admirers, but outside of Sir Louis, Halsey Bell's the one that they're backing. It's been already a good day at the office for the stable and also the rider.
Yeah, it certainly has. Kavanagh doing a great job with his team, and Brad Knock has been absolutely knocking up riding winners of late. He's really found his groove, hasn't he? Because everywhere you look, he's riding winners. I think he rode 2 on Wednesday. You got either 1 or 2 yesterday, and how many today?
He's on 3.
3. So yeah, I was looking at that. He's on 9 points in the Jockey Challenge with around $3 this morning. So if you're trying to break knock at the $3, you'd be feeling pretty well about yourself with a quality ride in the last.
Okay, so just to wrap us up, with all eyes on the skies tomorrow, heading into Tancred Stakes Day at Rosehill Garden and the Gardens, and also at the Wyong, the final 3 spots are up for grab in the Polytrack Provincial Championship qualifier.
What a mouthful. I feel like all of them are just tongue twisters.
They are, with hyphens included. So 3 spots up for grab, say, to the championships there at Wyong, weather dependent.
Yeah, fingers crossed it holds off. I know they were predicting a lot early. The forecast got better and better as the day went on, and so far we've been really lucky. We've got the light sprinkle around 5 minutes ago, but that's blown away now. So we've been exceptionally lucky here this afternoon. It's great for the club. They've had a really good crowd on track, and they must just be wrapped with the nominations that they've got and just good quality fields. It's been a great day.
Yeah, they were just happy because of all of the construction. There is a stack of it going on here, as it will for the next 10 months or so, that they've have actually got a good crowd out here. They're certainly lack for nothing in terms of the facilities, in terms of, plenty of bars and places to get some tucker and whatnot, and they've enjoyed it out there.
Yeah, they've made lemons out of lemonade here this afternoon. They've done the best they could with the circumstances they had at Port, and I'm sure this time next year, at carnival time or cup day time, we'll be sitting in some really nice refurbished buildings.
No doubt about it. So they're getting set. Late mail numbers here. 1, 11, 7 and 2 to wrap up the program. Good luck if you're alive in the quaddie. Salui, solid favourite, 250. Good money for Halsey Bell and Sharp Shot. Best of the others, Tishka is just a little bit easy with support for the other 2 or 3 that I mentioned prior. Right, any final thoughts?
No, I hope Sir Louis can carry the weight.
Let's see if he can.
And overcome the wide gate, but he does look the class galloper of the field, but you need a lot of luck in racing, and they're just still figuring him out, so whatever he does today, he'll improve on.
Losing Spades about to go in. Here's the last with Ben Hall.
This afternoon. So they're coming up well. The Skeletar Sprint of 2025, good field of open sprinters here. And Sharp Shock's been the subject of some support. He's about to come forward. Bodgie's about to move in. And that'll be nearly it for the last race as we thank Gavin Belinda from Sky Thoroughbred Central. Just about ready to run for the Skeletar Sprint. So Louis is your favourite. Thanks, Mercedes. Sharp Shock coming forward. National Racing Service on board. Ready for the sprint feature here. Starters on the platform. He's ready for them. Just about set to jump. Ready now. Racing. Bodgy out wide, left fast, and out back Ringer with good speed, and out Tishka drives forward with Rhythm as a Dancer, then came Lady Shenanigans, and then came Iron Hat, and out wide on the track Burning Crowner. They were followed next in the field on the inside by two. You got Just in Reach. Then came Salui. He's back about fourth last. Then Sharp Shock, Remember Jack. And now Rhythm as a Dancer goes back to last. Kelsey Bell drove through along the inside, took the lead towards the turn from out Tishka. Iron Hat third, Just in Reach is fourth. Then came out wide on the track is Burning Crown as they spin the turn. 350 metres left to go. Out Tishka on the outside of Halsey Bell, Just in Reach. Then Iron Hat starting to wind up. Sir Louis out in the middle. And then came out back Ringer. Iron Hat on the outside of out Tishka. Sir Louis starts to pick up, but Iron Hat snuck a lead of 2 lengths in front. Sir Louis is inch by inch wearing down the margin. And Sharp Shock's flying home, but Sir Louis gets up with the big weight. Sir Louis from Iron Hat, Sharp Shock, Remember Jack. In Spades was next, followed in by further back in the field to Rhythm is a Dancer. Just in Reach, Tishka, if I haven't already called it, with further back in the field then. Halsey Bell got tired. Lady Shenanigans, Bodgy. And the last pair were Burning Crown and 2 you got.
Yeah, big win. First up, 63 kilos, and she made him earn it.
1, 2,
on board. We'll go on
10 and 15.
Sharp Shock and Iron Hat, and then Remember Jack, his run was good.
Yeah, it certainly was. He was an eye-catcher from back in the field, Remember Jack. But all the honours with Sir Louis, he was the class galloper of the field, had to do it the hard way. But they've taught him a bit here this afternoon. He wanted to throw his head about. But nice win first up into the preparation. I think he's in for a good one.
Okay, just waiting on full complement of numbers with Sir Louis. Win is the last, but Richard Wilfred and Alicia Connor, the wrap-up, Muswellbrook, the King of the Mountain, next up at tour.
So everybody actually won, apart from the linear, which was the deserving horse. That did not win. Apart from that, everybody won. 1 through the rails, 10 we spoke about, it is the best hands. 2 had the drift, so that happened. It's just the 11, which was the deserving horse within the rails, that did not win. That is the only one which did not win. Brilliant. All right, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races here today. I was out on all of them. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again. It's a Saturday. We've got some very nice racing coming up tomorrow at Flemington, Rosehill, both. But the Australian Cup is there at Flemington. So I probably am going to do Flemington if we get the feed. And that's about it. And thank you so much for being there, Automan. Thank you so much for being there, my friend Frankie. Thank God that you came in late. There was nothing here today, Frank. Thank you so much for being there, Frank. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Have a great day, gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow.